CarolineKwan.
fromage, bonjour, comme ci, comme ça. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Caroline! CarolineKwan, Monsieur Show. Monsieur Austin Show. Friday night, thank you for the 34 months. C'est le français? Oh yeah, no, France. Oh. I don't know if I'm going to cover that today. Maybe another point at this week, but... Ooh, le France. Yeah. Also, le kick. Did you know there's a French influencer who was cheated on by her masked lesbian partner, who was imprisoned for drug trafficking, and the mistress used to be married to a man involved in the 2015 Paris attacks. C'est trop. C'est trop. J'ai une concussion. J'ai le CTE. That's one of those like sentences where I just go, okay, quoi? I still have a traumatic brain injury. That was like when I read the sentence. I read another sentence that like hurt my brain. Are Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo's emotional support twinks dating each other? Maybe the CTE was not from streamer games, but it was from the internet. After all. Learn to say his name. Conan Gray! Yeah, it's very confusing. Caroline, you are awesome. Oh, merci. Merci beaucoup. Okay, what is this? Investigation open after influencers' revelations about an S-listed and radicalized prisoner. YouTuber Emma Paris. Her name is Emma Paris. That's not a... No. It's not real. Reportedly exchanged numerous messages. Hold on, I have to pause this. Love and some justice. It used to be Emma Cake Up. Okay. Yeah, the only thing that would make this name even more authentically French is if, yeah, the middle name was like baguette, fromage. Emma Omelette du Fromage Paris. Partner reportedly exchanged numerous messages with a prisoner imprisoned for terrorism. Gérald Darmanin called for attention to rumors while declaring that he had requested an administrative investigation. 5.7 million views on TikTok and reactions as far away as Place Vendôme for what initially for what initially seemed like an ordinary story of cheating. In two videos posted on the Chinese social network, which have gone viral, 29-year-old influencer Emma Paris, formerly Emma Cake Up, tearfully claims to have been cheated on by her partner Clara, just Pyramid, on social media, who's been incarcerated for drug trafficking since March 2025 at Carrefour prison near Nantes. Except that the prisoner with whom Clara allegedly cheated on Emma is, according to the latter, a prisoner named Lise Vadeur, radicalized and on the S list. This ex-jihadist, this is like so many words that I am struggling with. This ex-jihadist, who according to her spent 10 years in Syria, would therefore be in possession of a telephone in prison. The case caused such a stir on social media that it reached the ears of Minister of Justice Gérald Darmanin. Asked about the possession of a phone by a radicalized inmate, the tenant of Place Vendôme advised to be careful of rumors while declaring that he had requested an administrative inquiry to find out if the facts are true. Okay, that's a lot. They're Instagrams for people who want visuals. Okay, so this is just Pyramid. Okay, so this is her masked lesbian partner who was imprisoned for drug trafficking and cheated on Emma Paris, formerly known as Emma Cake Up. And the mistress used to be married to a man involved in the 2015 Paris attacks. Okay, wait. I just have to read your let me just read what you have to say. That'll be easier for me. I have no clue. I am struggling. Okay. Emma then recounts having visited the prison several times a week to visit her companion at the visiting room, having sent him several dozen euros a week. Clara was released in August 2025, but Emma discovered in the hours following her release that her girlfriend regularly exchanged messages with a certain Lise Vadeur, who was in the same prison, who would therefore be in possession of a telephone. What influencers and French stream, like, what's going on? What is happening? I've spent the last 30 minutes trying to figure out this is the only info I had to start with. France is a crazy fucking country because what do you mean there's a national cheating scandal of a terrorist jihadist lesbian with a drug dealer mask lesbian? Why do I feel like that's just the plot line to a Rose Glass film? Love Lies Bleeding too. You had so you had no names to start with. You literally just had this log line. A terrorist jihadist lesbian with a drug dealer mask lesbian cheats and causes a national scandal. Yeah, or it could be Amelia Perez too. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. There is the premise for Amelia Perez too. Terrorist jihadist, mask lesbian. Let's go lesbians, or also not. This story could have been a 40-part TikTok series. Well, wait, it's the concept of jihadiste homosexuel. Je suis une jihadiste homosexuel. Oui? Bien sûr. I support lesbians, so I draw the line at being French. Yeah. You know what the problem with this story here is? That they're French. That's the issue. Jihadiste homosexuel. Good pronunciation, but don't say that. Hey. Starling Bree, thank you for the prime. Yeah, this time the movie is set in Paris, but made by a director from Mexico. Perfect. Yes. But this time, the director's from Mexico. Oh. Nobody look. Nobody move. Nobody move. Joel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh. Hi. Would you like to say a quick hello? And then I'm sure you're gonna want to leave. Okay, the little funny blub. The little funny blub. Hi. What's going on? You never come. I always have to force you to come over. What's up, Bubbas? What's up? Fable Gray, thank you for the 33 months. Hi. The demon has arrived. Will he shake? Can you do... I don't know if he wants to do anything right now, huh? Maybe he senses that we were around the supernatural last night, and he's being a good boy like the movie. Are you good? Would you protect mommy from evil demons? From evil spirits? Would you protect mother? I know, he looks so eepy. What's going on? Where's your dad? You want to just hang out up here? Okay. No, he would not. He would not give a fuck. He'd be like, I'm out of here. And there's the delayed sub sound.
Good Carol.
I love Farley. Me too. Just the
I love Farley.
Ashley, thank you for the 34 months. Digital Sneeze, thank you for the 2 months. Did Will Keeper throw out his sweatshirt that got dust? Oh, he still has it. Yeah. Also, did not shower when he got back last night, which now I realize is so gross. After going in the hole. Yes. If there's any good clips from last night, I'm down to watch a couple. So yesterday I took the time off. Kongi requested I make this last week. I never got to share it because I've been sleeping through the stream. Okay. Let me pull this up. So last night we went to a mortuary that was haunted. And I went with Nandre and Will and Sam, aka Steve, and it was on Datoon stream for Paranormal Detour. It was really fun. But I got home and I passed out. It was like I had been through an exorcism. I was so exhausted because those streams are always, they're exhausting. I mean, not just like the length of the stream, but just everything going on. Because I remember the first one I did, same thing. I got home and just poof, passed out. Do you want a clip cue? Sure. Yeah. Okay, let me watch House of Phobias. Look at me.
It's you. It's you.
Holy shit.
How could you, man?
I'm in the mainframe.
Good morning. What's up?
Look, take a look at this.
No. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just into my bank account. Wait, I have to watch the beginning of that again. Look at me.
It's you. It's you.
Holy shit.
How could you, man?
I'm in the mainframe.
Good morning. What's up?
Good.
Look.
It's you. I'm in the mainframe. Oh my god, I need to add this to my acting reel. I'm sure you do better now after watching Mr. Robot. No, I honestly think it's about the same. I think it's like I'm hacking into the mainframe.
Take a look at this.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna just into my bank account. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I have to say too, no one could have done that except for Ice Cube. Okay, people making fun of his acting. I'd like to see you do better. I'd like you to do a line read better than that. Katie, thank you for the 12 months. Okay, so we have that going up. This is a clip of the ages. This is a clip of the ages. So yeah, so last night we did that. And then just a couple updates. I already wrote in the Discord, but if you aren't in the Discord, and if you're not in the Discord, what are you doing? But tomorrow I'm going to do a morning stream. I haven't done one in a minute, but it's because I am playing Among Us for the first time tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first time I'm playing Among Us. Joel, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. Yeah, it's a big day. It's a big day. So Among Us starts at 12. And I was like, I might as well just stream other stuff before that rather than like, I don't know, go live at 12 and then it just makes more sense to go live in the morning and then just it rolls into gaming. Who are you playing with? So I'm a part of Elm's lobby. So I know it's Ray and whoever normally plays Among Us. Cause I was like, I've never played Among Us before. And I think it's about time. I met my ex through Among Us. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. Joel, thank you for another gifted sib. Just remembering Among Us was one of Will's worst streams ever. Yeah, famously a Will Neff crash out. Famously. Okay, so then tonight, we'll look at some of the clips from yesterday. Yeah. At AOC. Hello. So, okay, on the docket, and the docket for tonight is chatting about things. I do want to talk about Eddington. Will say I am still I'm chewing on it. And I think that's the point, but I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts on it, as do as do like a lot of people who saw the film. And then we've got some news tidbits. Everybody hates Chris Pratt. Classic. I feel like Chris Pratt day one haters have just become more and more vindicated. And then basically I want to see how much I can get to. And then Sam and I are going to be running back some Resident Evil tonight around 9:30. Yay! Yay! You're going to be so good at it, actually. Is it hard? I don't know. I've never played and I don't know how to play. I probably should look up how to play. You were going to review weapons. I reviewed weapons a couple days ago. It was a spoiler-free weapon, so it was kind of hard. I feel like there's less spoilers on Eddington, but also I don't know how to talk about the film without talking about specific things that happen. So it is something where if you don't want to hear, if you're planning on watching Eddington and you don't want to hear like anything that could be a spoiler, you might want to mute. But yeah, I feel like I can't talk about Eddington without talking about specific things. Does that make sense? Yeah. Don't forget about this. Oh, how could I forget? I like that you get so sad. You get so sad if I don't watch stuff like this. Like day ruined if I don't see macaroni and cheese on acid. Macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese. It's like, aw, yay! Oh, she didn't see the dancing macaroni and cheese and the little glorping dog. Oh, she stays at macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese, macaroni cheese. Stream saved. Yippee! 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 Rough X, thank you for the 10 minutes. Okay, let's look at that clip cue. Did you see Gap's response to American Eagle? Did I see Gap's response to American Eagle? I saw Sydney Sweeney's article or profile.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and their life is better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. It could teach you, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard and their life it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. It could teach you, but I have to charge.
This song, I'm just flashing back to junior high. I didn't even know what a milkshake was. I'm like, ice cream? No, I know this cat side.
It's
better than yours.
I still don't know. You don't need to know.
But I have to charge.
You don't need to know. Okay. Yeah, we can also look at the comments in Sydney Sweeney's article. Okay, let me find that clip cue. Let me look at some stuff from last night. Okay, let me turn this off. Oh my god, wait, there's so many. Okay, closed. How do I go to not This first clip is of Hassan and Mizkif, and that's not what I want to look at. The thing that makes me... Okay, and then I go to Q clear. Yeah, clip Q from February. I just want some... I can also just click on stuff in chat if that's faster. I was just gonna look at some clips from last night. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay. Yeah, this is cleared, but now I don't see anything. And the things that I've been refreshing it. It says connected. It just says this still. Even when I refresh it. Last night was incredible. Yeah, last night was last night was something. I was wavering back and forth between, okay, don't be too silly. Oh, there we go. Right. Don't be too silly, but also you kind of got to be silly. You kind of got to be a little silly. Did Chris Pratt do something fucked up? No, he's just obnoxious. He's really obnoxious, and he's been obnoxious for a minute, and he's always like, he's one of those guys who, look, he doesn't venture far enough into like full on doing, you know, Kevin Sorbo or other MAGA people in Hollywood type of comments, but it's very clear. It's very clear what his like religious and political beliefs are. Okay. Let's watch some of these.
I'm glad you're here.
Thank you so much. Okay, so here's the context of this. So I went into the room that Will was in soloing, and then he was like, why don't you do it? I was like, okay. So then I started doing what I do with the ghosts, which is to sing, you know. Everybody loves music. And then I got the response of, I'm so glad you're here.
A new fantastic.
And I think that they were doing karaoke requests. That was how I interpreted the voices.
I'm so glad I'm here too. And when we're
I'm so glad
I hear and go through. Carol's still here, and I keep forgetting.
It is.
Oh my God!
Carol?
Carol? Carol, you all right back there? She fell hard.
Oh, Carol. Carol also has CTE. Just more CTE. Yes, Carol also has CTE.
Definitely.
She's got the phantom pain.
I have to watch that again. Hold on.
I hear and go through. Carol's still here, and I keep forgetting.
It is.
Oh my God!
Is it contagious? I don't know.
Those who believe in him
was
shall not
Jewish.
perish, but have everlasting life.
He was a
Bible
carpenter.
study.
You know, there's an entire musical about Jesus Christ. It's called Jesus.
You're really trying to.
This is when Will was doing Estes and we were talking to what I think was a 5-year-old child. And so I was a substitute teacher, an elementary school substitute teacher, and the kids always loved music and musicals and singing. And so I was just kind of trying to get it in there. To be like, oh, Jesus, did you say? Because the question was like, tell me about Jesus. I said, oh, I can certainly do that. And he's just like, no.
Force the music, but it's not working.
No.
It's advanced.
No.
Don't upset him.
Don't upset him.
Oh.
Who is him?
Do we have track of Carol? Carol's around here somewhere.
Barn. God.
God? Annie, are you talking about God? You have to hit it twice so we know that you're saying yes.
Or if you could... Oh, my...
Okay, we got a Catholic.
What the hell?
Okay, that
We got a Catholic.
That was
crazy.
It was weird.
So,
Okay, we got a Catholic. Yeah, there were definitely a lot of religious overtones last night.
remember, it's got to be 2 on the bell for yes. Are you Lutheran?
Bodies below.
Bodies below.
Bodies
below. Girl.
So.
All right, I don't like being over here alone,
Yeah,
dude.
come
This
back
sucks.
over
Okay,
here.
so
Hang
it
on.
just said bodies below.
It was so sweaty down there too.
Annie,
You were
I
across
mean,
from. You
listen.
were
Okay,
across
so
the
you
street from a
just
church.
affirmed?
True.
did David hide bodies under the house?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's so many ways to pull this apart.
That one was hitting the bell.
Do you mean the music I was playing earlier? I'm thinking.
Not at that price.
Oh. Is this
For
one
free.
Oh.
See?
Do you want to see Caroline's feet?
Stop it. Don't.
That's Caroline.
Don't.
You gotta say something
Maybe
now.
maybe it's the spirit out entries on my wiki feed.
You're on the spot.
Say no.
Get a job.
Okay.
All right.
Not into OnlyFans. Got it.
Get a job. Hey, that's rude.
What are you afraid of?
In the name of death.
Oh, fuck. What's in the name of death?
Tragedy.
Oh, fuck. Okay, are you afraid of the tragedy that happened here? You have to trigger one of these devices if it's a yes. Are you afraid of a tragedy that's yet to happen?
It's funny because Will, when he first started, like when he first showed up, he's like, I don't know what vibe I should be. Like, should I be like a character or how should I act? And we were like, just be yourself, just have fun. Like, I think what people don't realize is like the paranormal detour streams, no matter what you believe in, if you believe what you believe to what extent, like I know it sounds weird, but it's a fun stream. Like it's a really interesting, fun stream to do. And I've done it twice now.
Or do you want us to talk through this, girl?
Did he have fun last night? He seemed locked in. Yeah. Afterwards, he's like, "Did I do a good job?" I said, "Yeah, you did a great job." And because he was also like, "Well, I'm just." That's okay. Datoon was super, super skeptical when he first started, and he said like the reason that he's less skeptical is just a lot of things have happened that he can't explain, but he doesn't like. He doesn't exaggerate anything. He's not looking for he's not looking to like force moments, and he'll also debunk stuff. So he's like really down to the earth down to earth about this kind of stuff. Doesn't push his views. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, like it is fun whether you're a skeptic or believer. It's fun, and there are some really funny moments.
This. I was pointing at Sam, and she said Sam twice.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go back. Hold on.
Girl? Or do you want us to talk through this girl?
Choose your character.
This. I was pointing at Sam, and she said Sam twice.
Okay. It's funny doing the Estes because you have no fucking idea what's going on, and then you'll take the headphones off, and they're all like, ah! Ah!
I'll talk to you again. It seems like you're responding.
No performance.
They didn't like your song.
Okay, well.
Okay, I promise. It's really hard, but I won't.
Laughter.
They're laughing. They're literally laughing.
Now, hold on a second, okay?
Hold on.
He is a good singer, all right? You shouldn't be laughing at
You know
him.
what? Maybe that could have been interpreted as no performance ? Yes. Where it was like, oh, you're not going to perform? No performance? We know you as the girl who does performances. So no performance? Maybe that's how it could have been. Much to think about.
I was getting to them. They were laughing.
Maybe they didn't like Jesus Take the Wheel.
I interpreted it as they were laughing at Caroline.
That's what I'm saying.
They were laughing at. Well, hold on. Okay.
Something else.
Cap Nice, thank you for 25 minutes.
He should be grateful.
Oh, yes, I agree.
Okay, I feel like you're really.
Yeah. So we met in 2017. I was working in nightclubs. And the only way he and his friend Hassan used to get into nightclubs was they would bribe with pizza at the front door, and then they knew people like me who worked the front of clubs.
They
and
ghosts
that
don't want
is
to
how
hear this.
I'm here also.
Yeah, you're talking over them.
No, I interpreted that as people were interested in the story, and so they went, I'm here also. Like they were gathering. They were gathering to hear the story. I totally get where you were going here. They said, tell the story. Yes, they said, tell the story. And I was like, okay, I think they sense Will and I, like, tell the story, how you met. And then when they said, I'm here also, it was like, oh, spirits were gathering. Yeah, they were talking about our relationship. They were talking about our relationship. And then they started to gather because they were really interested in hearing about the clubs. They wanted to know. Legit, thank you for the gifted. How dark was it in there? It was pretty dark. It was pretty dark.
Darkness.
Oh, I know what they want.
Okay.
Sing with me.
No, they don't.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's not a description.
Yes, they said darkness. I've come to talk to you again. Hit the harmony, come on.
I feel like you're hitting the ghost with the. We're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us.
Left at sea.
He goes, we're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us?
It's while I was sleeping.
They're scarred by what you're doing.
No.
They literally just said it.
No, the next line of the song is, and the vision that was planted in my brain, like a scar.
No. Still remains.
We have to watch the Demi Lovato Skyscraper again after this. It's so good. If you've never seen it, it's also what I'm like trying to channel every time. Fenric, thank you for the
My
21
liver?
months. Katari Cat, thank you for
Gone.
9 months.
Oh.
Details.
Okay, is it because David Lamb, or whatever his name was?
David Sconce.
Because David Sconce took it?
That last one was the first time I heard a child's voice.
I just did like 6 hours of the stream. I went, wait, what's that guy's name again? Olympi, thank you for the 16 months. You're wild. Are you skeptic about the supernatural? Yeah, I mean, overall, like, I am very agnostic about a lot of things when it comes to religion, when it comes to spirituality. Like, there's really nothing that I just don't really believe in things. I believe in the spirit of humanity, okay? I believe in humanity. I'm pretty skeptical. There are definitely things that have happened that I can't explain. Like, I understand there are inexplicable things, and I'm very skeptical, but I'm sure I've seen a ghost, so just mind my business. Just mind my business, yeah. But I also am, I am not going to be, like, mean and judgmental of people as long as their beliefs are not being imposed on others, and as long as they are not causing harm with the things that they believe in. And a lot of people believe in the supernatural, in something. They believe in something for whatever reasons. I think a lot of times it can come from grief, when people are trying to process loss, and having something to believe in can feel reassuring. It was like after Oki died, and then Sam saw this comment, and she's like, I don't believe in anything, but I'm going to choose to believe in this. Like, I'm going to choose to believe that was Oki, that just immediately lifted my heart and made me feel like I just felt better. It just felt like it was it's okay, Mom. Like, I'm going to go, I'm at peace now. I'm good. There are definitely things that cannot be explained, for sure. For sure. I find it exploitative. Well, there are certainly, of course, bad actors who will find any way to exploit using anything and anyone. But I would caution you to not have that judgment onto people who are not being exploitative and who believe in things that you don't believe in. And I think, I don't know. I think it's just like being kinder to people and understanding that, yes, institutions, very exploitative. Grifters everywhere. There are grifters everywhere for those with eyes to see. And these are all true things, but I don't think that's applicable to individuals who believe in things that you don't believe in. I start skeptical, but when I can't explain something with logic, I accept it. Sure. And it doesn't mean that you have to be like, yup, and these are my beliefs, and I believe in ghosts, and I believe in demons, and I believe in zombies, and I believe, whatever. It can be as much as, this thing happened, and I can't explain it, and I don't need to search for, a logical explanation, and that's fine. I'm okay. I'll take that. You believe in life after love. Do you believe in life after love? Do you believe in life after love? Do you? My mom hardcore believes in aliens and UFO conspiracies, and I'm just like, you know what? Better than MAGA. Yeah, and I get that, sometimes, vulnerable people, and this is kind of a part of Eddington, but they start believing in one thing and then they go down a rabbit hole and blah, blah, blah. But I don't think it's I just don't think total condemnation of people who believe in things that are beyond reason, that are not necessarily tangible, or all people to look at as oh, well, look at these fucking idiots, blah, blah, blah. I also examine the implications and consequences of beliefs. Liberation theology is an objectively good thing, even if it is based on faith. And there's a lot of people throughout history, really,
Happy hump day, I Gwen fart dance.
Civil rights leaders, activists, academics, people who've been really instrumental to the course of history and to social progress, who were religious, who were who had faith of some kind. And so I don't think it's necessarily, when I was younger, I was so judgmental I really was. I was like, anybody who has faith about anything, I think you're a fucking idiot, and blah, 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 blah. And as I've gotten older, I have worked to remove that judgment. And also, like, people have personal stories that, like, I'm not gonna be like, nope, you're wrong. I feel like it's not our place to try and force people to believe or not believe. Jordan's very upfront about refusing to debunk personal and emotional stories of other people because it's not our place. Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I do. And anyway, so aliens are real, in my opinion. I think it's like people believing in aliens in the way, in like a very stereotypical, like, hello, we come in peace. Hello. You know, the kind of aliens that you see on the wall of like a stoner in high school, where he's like, look at, we come in peace. I think when you're young, you're so hung up on establishing your own beliefs that you forget to let everyone have space to think differently. Yeah. Yes. Like, ultimately, look, I think we kind of confuse, I think we confuse having shared morals and shared humanity as a way of like operating with our, you know, politically in this world, with every single person thinking the exact same way. I do think that all of us should believe in the, you know, basic human rights that everyone deserves. I think that we should all share, like tenets of caring for one another, you know, like believing in universal human rights. That's a good thing. Believing in like everyone deserves healthcare, stuff like that. But I don't think that is the same as like every single belief we have about everything should all be the same. It's not morally wrong for someone to not have your spiritual belief system. Totally. And like there are some of the greatest people I know, you know, some of the most generous, kind, humane people I know are people who are people of faith. They are not the people of faith who try and use that faith to restrict people's liberties and like wield that faith as a weapon and, you know, bastardize the teachings of what, you know, whatever religion they follow, but are actually like dedicated towards helping the poor and the hungry and vulnerable people in this world. And it's lovely. Yeah. That stream last night was awesome. Sorry that the spirits didn't like musicals though, except maybe one like Les Mis. Yeah, I found out that one of them maybe like Les Mis. I'm like, that's cool. I can do the entire, I can do the whole Les Mis soundtrack if only we had time. If only we had time. What, man? What, man? Pedro Steve, thank you for 13 months. Glowpert, thank you for the 22. Mermanalore, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, that's kind of giving slam poetry.
But we can relay any messages you might want to say.
Miss Scusi.
Mi dispiace? Italiano?
I've never seen that again.
We got Italians in here too?
French, right?
Uh-huh.
No, that's excuse moi.
Manja.
Saying, I repeat, from my surprisingly based grandfather, you can worship bricks for all I care, just don't throw them at anyone. You know what? That's...
Kwan Heart Kwan Dance.
That's very based. You can worship bricks for all I care, just don't throw them at anyone.
Or you want to tap me out? Tap my left shoulder.
Sometimes grandparents can drop some real, you know, some real based words. Some real, like, damn, okay.
So I know it's y'all.
Did you hear what he said? So he can't hear.
Okay, I'll put my hand up when I'm ready.
No, I haven't done Eddington review yet.
Okay, real quick, can y'all talk so I can make sure I don't hear you?
Checking.
That door just opened.
All right.
Mike, checking.
Should we let him know?
Yeah, let him know real quick.
What?
I'll talk to you again. It seems like you're responding.
No performance.
He didn't like your song.
It's a serious challenge when you get in an intimate relationship with someone dealing with things like schizophrenia. You don't want to encourage potential triggers. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, there are exceptions to my, like, kind of generalizing, allowing people to have beliefs that extend beyond extend beyond our tangible reality if they are not harming anyone or causing harm to themselves. I think that, the causing harm is also like causing harm to you. It's not just to other people, but like, how is that impacting you as well? You're laughing. The ghost requested no performance. As I said before, though, I think you can read this as no performance ? Like, hi, we would like a performance and you're not giving us a performance.
Oh, the other thing to potentially
You've
move
never
around
seen
here
this?
is the placement of the card.
Where it's usually a little more.
It creeps behind you.
What?
Yeah, I didn't like
It
that.
just said. Wait, what did?
It said
It's
right
right behind you.
You?
The card or you?
Yes.
What's right behind us?
Oh, sorry.
Like where this is pointing?
There's just we gotta get more.
It.
Also, Nandre's
Okay.
Hereditary shirt. You don't want to denigrate the normal parts of their beliefs. Yeah. And I think, I don't know. I think when you're younger, I think being judgmental, being like, I know everything. I think that's kind of natural. And then, the hope is like you get older and are more understanding and more empathetic and less, kind of operating from a being very young and assured in ways that you kind of let go of as you get older. Like, in some ways you get older and you become more sure of things, more sure of yourself, and in other ways too, though, you let things go. The more life we see, we realize. And you get older and like some people have very, very hard childhoods. They experience a lot of loss, grief, pain, like whatever it is. But otherwise, it's kind of one of those like natural things in life. You get older and people pass on. You experience just from living longer. Instances of grief because of just occurrences in your life. And so I don't know. I mean, I was an I was raised Catholic, and then I was an evangelical Christian conservative for a second there. And then I was atheist and very, very sure of my atheism. And then I settled on being agnostic. How did that happen? Okay. It was in junior high, specifically 7th grade. And I just really wanted to be accepted by my best friend's family. And so they started taking me to like church, and I would see the picture of George Bush in their kitchen. And so I was like, yeah, I love George Bush too, even though my family did not love George Bush. Him. And then I voted for George Bush in our election in junior high.
Okay. And if you feel like it's getting weird or you want to tap me out, tap my left shoulder so I know it's y'all.
Did you hear what he said? So he can't.
Oh, we already watched this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We already watched this one. Okay. True. I just think everyone's beliefs are true for them, and live and let live. My politics address the material aspects of the bad things equally across the board, so the rest is just individuated spirituality. 2, the thing went off and it said, give me an offering. And I knew exactly what. Oh boy. Oh boy. She ate that even though it's so fucking funny. Let me just say, Demi is unreal live. One of the first shows I saw when I was in high school, and just outstanding. Just such an outstanding vocalist. I think I saw Demi like 2 or 3 times. Not to distract, but the Pit Season 2 teaser just dropped. Oh my God. Okay. This is you and Sam. Okay, wait, let me watch this first, then we'll watch that, and then I'll get to stuff that I need to talk about. This is us.
Okay.
Oh wait, 217. What did you say? 217.
Is it better now?
This
Apparently it's better on the
first
stoop.
one. Okay. Oh wait, 417.
Oh yeah, want to finish story time?
Yes. Down. Is that what you want me to do? I don't know the lyrics. Like I'm made of glass.
Okay, ready? I'll drop it down a little bit because I kind of went a little high. So let's do.
Okay.
You can take everything You can break.
Okay.
Bezos?
Maybe.
Or is your name Jeffrey? Jeffrey? Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, do you want to sing Demi Lovato's Skyscraper with us? It's a song that I listen to a lot in moments when I really needed to feel inspired.
Death is not the end.
Death is not the end, exactly. You can take everything I am. You can break everything I am. Like I'm made of glass.
That is so terrifying.
Like I'm made of paper. Go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from... Again. See?
No, you're right. The singing's good.
I will be rising from the ground like a skyscraper. Like a skyscraper.
Or do you think Jeffrey meant he wants to die again?
They love it.
Go run, run, run. I'm gonna stay right here.
Are you singing because you're scared? Is this what you're doing? Are you coping? Or are you just singing?
I'm just singing.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that this is a nice...
Okay. Do you want to ask questions?
Sam, they literally said keep going.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
You know what? Why don't you go ahead and take it?
No.
What? No.
I can't
Why don't you take
make
it from
any decisions.
Why don't you take it from here?
I don't want to.
Because I made a decision, and that decision was really well received.
Okay.
And I think that they're singing with us.
Right.
And that's why they said again.
Okay.
I don't believe you wouldn't have done the same thing had you not seen the video. Okay, that's true.
Sure.
That's
okay.
true.
So do you want to stop?
No, I want to continue the things that you want.
Do you want to stop? No, it's not about me.
It was about. Let's make it about.
No, it's not about me because it was something that I offered.
Right.
To see if they were.
Am I projecting?
If they received
Do you think I'm
this.
projecting?
And it was received. So if you want to stop, I don't know what's going to happen if we stop.
Okay.
You know, sometimes.
Like I'm made of paper, and I never gonna
Go
get
on
up.
and try to tear me down.
Like I'm
She
made
did
of
not like
glass.
it. She did not like it. Okay, all right. Anyway. Okay, let's watch this. Then let's get into chatting about things that are popping off. Things that are popping off. Okay, we have season 2 of The Pit. Oh my God. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to talk about Eddington.
The prodigal son returns. Okay, on my count. 1, 2, 3. Tier 1 trauma. ETA 6 minutes.
And so it begins.
You guys do this every day? If we're lucky.
We're We're so back! Oh, I just have to wait until January, and it's gonna be 2026. Did you see the Fallout Season 2 trailer as well? I did see that. Okay. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that too. All right. Give me one sec. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm kind of debating watching this interview. I kind of want to. I want to watch at least some of this in talking about Eddington. Okay, I'll tell you when I'm gonna do spoilers. All right, so where do I even begin? Okay, so Eddington. Maybe it's just easy too if I like show a trailer if you don't know what this film is at all. Let me start off by doing that. Nope. Okay, that's not working. Okay, here you go.
I am recording this. Fair warning. That really.
So Eddington is Ari Aster's film after Beau's Afraid. So it's his fourth feature film, and he has pretty decisively moved away from horror, which is what he made his name in. Hereditary, and then Midsommar, and then Beau's Afraid came out, which was just completely different from what he had kind of established himself in, and really I think amplified his anxieties and neuroses. And now here he is with what I would call an amalgamation of genres. Like there's definitely it's definitely Western, like a modern Western vibe, but also conspiracy, thriller, satire. There's a lot.
Necessary.
There's a lot going on.
Look, Joe, 6 feet.
Where the buffalo roam.
Is that praying?
Where the deer and the antelope play.
How did we get here? And even worse, is it worth it?
Where seldom
At the cost of being at war with your neighbors?
a discouraging word.
That's why I'm running for mayor.
And the skies are not
Mayor of Eddington.
all day.
Thank you super duper very much. I used to think that you were some big deal. But I am a much better human being than you.
Who are you talking to? There's nobody here.
Home on the range.
Husband, sheriff, mayor to be.
You want things simple and neat.
We are in a fight against evil.
These are your streets. No, they're your streets to keep safe.
You know how death works, yeah.
People are going to be looking here now.
Keep your own office going, but you're going to run mine.
So you vote Joe Cross, take back our community.
Hell yeah.
Save our soul.
Your pain is not a coincidence. You are not a coincidence. We
are not a coincidence.
Never just what is going on?
We need to fray each other's hearts.
Okay, so just a couple initial thoughts. Austin Butler is so hot. Austin Butler's so hot. I was like, you know what? Sure. Sign me up. If someone who comes along looks like Austin Butler, yeah, I'm in. I'm there. Whatever. Not enough Austin Butler. One of my gripes with the film too is that I felt like Emma Stone was wasted. I think Emma Stone is so good at playing these types of characters. The character that she plays in the film, she's married to Joe Cross, who's played by Joaquin Phoenix, and I felt like she was just wasted in it. And I also kind of felt that way with like Austin Butler too. He kind of more is like a cameo. Yeah, kind of more cameos in the film. So Andy, thank you for the 24 months. Sunbun, thank you for the 34 months. So obviously this is a film that is taking in the early days of the COVID pandemic when the lockdown rules started to go into place on a national scale. But also it's everything. It's everything. And it's one of those films that genuinely, I watched it, and for the last day and a half, I've been chewing over it. I kind of go back and forth. I think it's one of those films where I could see as like time goes on, people who initially had a really negative reaction to it may look back on it differently, or vice versa. It's very compelling, I will say. But also there is so much going on, and there's so many details too, because it is Ari Aster. And that was one thing that I had in mind as I was watching the first half of the film, where it kind of seems, okay, cut and dry. Here we go. We have a fictional town in New Mexico, where we're seeing the political and cultural divisions that are happening on a national scale, happening in this small town. Like, it's a microcosm for the problems going on in America. And so I was watching it. I'm like, okay, the performances are compelling, like definitely funny. It's I think his funniest film. I laughed way more than I expected to. And then it was the final, it was like the final stretch of the film that really gets into like, here we go. Now here's Ari Aster. So I almost wonder if this film was too soon for a lot of people, because it's like the opposite of nostalgia, where I think sometimes you watch a film that is set at in a time period that's not now, and there can be some nostalgia to it of like, oh yeah, I remember that, even if it's not necessarily a film that's like supposed to be warm and nostalgic. This is like the opposite of that. And I think a lot of people have rejected any type of film that gets into this time period of the early days of the pandemic, of the like 6 feet apart, drive through lines for COVID testing, masking, all of those things that were, that were happening in 2020. And there kind of seems to be, for various reasons, a rejection of films that have this type of, that get into this specific period of time. And it's not just about that too, though, which is which is why like this is a film that it's so fucking dense. It's so dense, and I'm trying to like I'm trying to sort through all my thoughts here because I read a lot of criticism of it, and I can definitely understand people who on initial watch of this film is like, well, what does he even fucking have to say? It seems as if he's just a total nihilist, or it seems as if he's like both siding things, like, look at how bad these people on the right are, look at how bad these, you know, liberals and you know, whatnot are. And that he seems to be like, for a film that almost has the feel of an epic too, like it is that big. There is that much going on. I think a lot of people walked away and went, but Ari Aster is saying nothing in that film. And I don't think that's true. So you may not like what he had to say, and you might not like, you know, what he did with the film, but I don't think it's true that he had nothing to say with the film. And I certainly think there is an attitude of like kind of throwing your hands up and going, look at this fucking mess that we are in, which I do believe Ari Aster feels quite deeply. And as he said, he started writing this film in the summer of 2020, when we were still in the early months of the pandemic, which we are still, you know, to be clear. I also appreciated that the film didn't like wrap it up in a way where it was like, yeah, the pandemic happened and now it's over. And that was like, you know, a start and stopping point. The film doesn't do that. So I don't think you can hit it with the complaints of, well, we're still in this. Like, to me, it is a film that kind of it's a film that is like throwing us into the mess that everything has become, but not with the final message of but not with like a that was like there was a conclusion to it, like that it was you know, that shit wrapped up. Remember when that all happened? Like, we're still there. And in Ari Aster's mind, and like why I think he also made this film, is we're still there and it's only worsening. And he's I think pinpointing when things really exploded, when the social fabric of America really seemed to tear so deeply that it feels quite difficult to know how to repair it. And he also focuses quite heavily on tech and our digital present and future, and how that has played a big part in how everyone is talking but no one is listening, of like ideological beefs, and how a lot of the characters in the film have quite empty ideology. Okay, so good point. The ending doesn't feel like an ending. No, and I think it's dark. Like, I think the film is super mean-spirited, and I think a lot of people are reacting negatively to it because they're like, well, what are we supposed to do about it? And I think they were looking for a film where Ari is like, where Ari Aster as the writer and the director is like saying how we fix the problem. Okay, now, a couple things. So one thing, sorry, this is a difficult film to talk about it. And if you've seen this film, and if you're like, you understand why it's kind of, there's just so much. There's so much about it. Shiana, thank you for the 10. Andy, thank you for the 24. Okay. On my initial viewing, there was one major thing that stood out to me that I felt like I didn't see everyone who was criticizing the film, who was analyzing the film, talking about. And this is this kind of spoilers. Okay, so if you don't want spoilers, you can mute. That is the AI data center, solid gold Magikarp, solid gold Magikarp, which I did some research on. Solid gold Magikarp, and there's also like deeper meaning in that because of solid gold Magikarp being related to AI and AI anomalies, where it is solid gold Magikarp is like a reference to this weird phenomenon that happens with AIs, where they will provide a strange, unexpected result to a normal prompt. It's an anomaly. And so one of the famous ones is that ChatGPT was prompted, how many R's are there in strawberry, which should be a very basic question, right? Strawberry. There are 3 R's, and it could not answer the question correctly. And so there is this phenomenon in AI where seemingly simple prompts are made to LLMs, and they spit out very strange, unexpected answers. And so I think what he was saying, I think he's saying quite a few things. First of all, I think the message of Eddington overall is what is bookended on that film. The beginning and end shots being of solid gold Magikarp, which is an AI data center that the wealthy, kind of shadowy, powerful figures in New Mexico, not just necessarily in Eddington, but like in the state, are wanting to implement in this small town. It is about big tech. It is about, look at when you are all fighting with one another as we are increasingly becoming divided and divisive and in echo chambers, and whatever you're doing online, whoever's worldview you're listening to online that is informing then your worldview, ultimately you're missing who is at the top. And whether you are whether whatever character you kind of see yourself in this film, nobody are these giant tech corporate overlords. And that is who is winning at the end of the day. That is who benefits as people, go to war against each other ideologically, in some cases, with physical violence, that it all at the end of the day is distraction for the big powers, for these tech, massive tech companies that are coming in and destroying your communities. No matter if you're, what political side you're on here, if you're not understanding who is pulling the strings and who is benefiting from all this, then you're missing, you're missing the big picture here. And I really think that was something that he was trying to say with the film. And if you study film, you know how important it is to look at what is, a beginning shot and an end shot. And that's a whole thing in film classes where they'll study, The Godfather or Taxi Driver, classic films, and look at the first and, the opening and ending shots. And in Eddington, they are the same. There are some differences. At the end, the shot of the data center, it's on right outside the town, and the town is in the background, and it's blurry because all of that is just, it's just noise. It's just distraction. And the focus should be on this data center that is going to rip this community apart, that is going to all this fighting of who's going to make who's going to make this community better? Who's going to care for Eddington better? There's on stolen land, blah, blah, blah. And it's the data center is right there. And then the way that characters, with different ideologies in the film, ultimately, it doesn't those differences don't even matter because you have people who they jump ship, they do whatever, they get they go up, they go down, but it's still this massive tech company and its investors that are benefiting. Okay. And then the other thing is that I think by calling it solid gold Magikarp, I think Ari is trying to use that as a way to explain almost like this anomaly that happened in American society that took our reality and, put it through a machine, and what came out on the other side is like not reality. Is for a lot of people, these lines became blurred between fiction and nonfiction, the real and the surreal. And a lot of people, it's like we experience the same things, but we interpret them differently. And those differences in interpretations is what then becomes people's reality. But it's not a reality. You know what I mean by that? Where it's like, for a lot of people, it is their reality, but it's an interpretation of what's actually going on. Magikarp, also the shittiest Pokemon. True. Yes. I truly think it will be a celebrated film about what we are currently living through, and we did live through in 2020 many years. People rewatch it and think, fuck, we really went through it, didn't we? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm wondering as well. Like, is this a film that over time is going to be embraced as a masterpiece? Because right now, it's one of those films that there are people who fucking love it, who are like, I think this is one of the greatest films this year, who are already saying it's a masterpiece. And then there's people who fucking despise it. Like, it is a very, ironically, it's a very divisive film. And I think a lot of people are reading it in totally different ways. And as I said, there seemed to be a faction of people who watched this and went, well, Ari Aster isn't even saying anything. He's just shitting all over everyone. He's just being like, it's like he's above everyone else, looking down and going, all these people are insane. And I don't think that's true, because also he has a lot of empathy for these characters. And that is something too that I think people are disagreeing with, who are reading it not as like Ari Aster has nothing to say, but I think their own political leanings are informing their take on this film. And look, okay, here's kind of what I think is like, I don't think Ari Aster is interested necessarily in making condemnations on any political side. I don't think he's like secretly a conservative, and that's why he's, making a mockery of like white social justice warriors or, activists who popped up during the BLM protests of 2020. But I also don't think he's necessarily showing that he's like a dyed in the wool. Well, maybe though, if you take this as like, hey, the problem is not one another, the problem is these fucking corporations that are ruining your life no matter what side of the political aisle you're on. If you take it as that, like I could see then maybe how you can get a more actual leftist reading out of it. But I think he's looking at this time period as like what blew the doors open, what exploded society, what took problems that were there, but then like this psychosis, these rips in the social fabric due to COVID, due to the pandemic and the responses to it, and how we are where we are now. And like, it covers so much ground. It covers a lot of ground that is like the digital world of how technology, of how the internet, of how our current digital existence has played a role in people's in people's kind of like becoming more and more in their ideological distinctive chambers, and how conversations online are not really conversations, because how can you talk to people when everyone has a different everyone is interpreting reality to be what they think reality is. I thought it was commentary on the issue with white people taking leading roles on marginalized people's issues. Yeah, look, there's so much in this film. There's so much in this film. Like, there is so much fucking commentary. And I also think that you can, I think a lot of it too is like not, I think if you take Ari Aster films completely literally too, I think that's a problem. I think if everything he does you take literally, and you don't kind of see overall the picture he's painting, then you're gonna have also a different experience, a different read on the film. Like the Antifa scene. Okay, let's talk about it. So, spoiler. The last third of the film is like very Coen Brothers, very like, we're following Joe Cross. He's running through the desert. He's like got these shadowy Antifa figures that are, that he's engaged in a shootout with. The cinematography is incredible. Like, it's really, from a filmmaking standpoint, I also think the film is just, it's great. It's really, really good. And so this is something I think in particular that has caused a lot of different reactions to it. I think there are people who are reading it as like Ari Aster condemning Antifa, like condemning, like basically saying, oh, they're right that Antifa's all crisis actors. And I think that's the wrong read on it. Okay, there's two ways that personally I am like, I'm kind of back and forth in my interpretation. So one is that they are crisis actors, but not in like what you think. Okay. They're hired by the tech company because the tech company is trying to ensure that this data center is built. Joe is a problem. And so they are like blaming the left. They're blaming BLM by bringing in bad actors in the same way too that we have seen Israel employ, we've seen Zionists like pretend to be pro-Palestine and do things that are like so, where they're like, look at how racist they are. Look at how they beat the shit out. And it turns out that it's like, oh, those weren't actually people who were protesting for Palestine. Those were like fake actors who were trying to stage, who were trying to stage something to like, so that the public would condemn these protests. So, okay, so you can read it that way, where it's like, the tech company hired these like ninjas, and it's because they're trying to make sure that they can get this tech center built. Or the other one, which like to me is more surreal, is more of like getting into kind of absurdist territory, is that Joe Cross is suffering from COVID. All right. He's an asthmatic who has COVID. And one thing that's like kind of stuck in my brain was at the end when he's rushed to the emergency room, they're like, this one is done. Like, there's just no way. And they keep mentioning that he has 105-degree fever. And you would think they would mention that he was like stabbed on the head, right? That like that he was shot, but they keep mentioning his fever. And remember, these were early days of COVID where like the hospitals were so overrun, the emergency rooms were so packed that people would come in and it was just like, it was too late. It was a lost cause. And how COVID has killed a lot of people and has permanently, damaged people as well from long COVID. And so I wonder if, and the other thing is that Joe hallucinates, okay? He hallucinates his wife, Louise, and it's actually his mother-in-law. And so we already know he's hallucinating, and that as he's running through the desert, it's this like crazy, absurd, you can't believe that it's even happening. And what if it's because it's not? Like, it's not literally happening. And what it is a manifestation of Joe's, of this conspiracy belief, this conspiracy theory of like they and them and crisis actors, and they're coming after you. And like his mother-in-law is like, see, it's them. And then, like Joe is proven right. And at the end of the film, he's left disabled, but a lot of people after, a lot of people who were infected by COVID, who had really bad COVID cases, still even now have been left disabled from that. I saw you on TV at work today. You were on one of those cop shows. Congrats on all your success. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're literally doing a better critic of this movie than the entire Cannes jury. And who knows? Maybe I'm not even correct on this. That would be a good way to explain why the feel and tone of this film is so different from those scenes. It's very in character to be self-aggrandizing. It's hallucinations. Yeah, so like that entire end there could totally just be him fucking hallucinating because he has COVID. And what it is too, though, is like it's a manifestation of his like worldview being actualized, but it's not real too. And at the end of the day, still, it doesn't matter because he doesn't win, but neither do his perceived enemies, the people that he thinks he's fighting against, because it's the tech companies who win. It's Solid Gold Magikarp who wins. And I think, I think the fact that like his mother-in-law, who she kind of is representative of, I would say, so like Joe is like your classic conservative white guy who's like believes in small government, no masking, personal freedoms, yada yada. And then you have mother-in-law who's like watching anything from Fox News to more right-wing, like Alex Jones type conspiratorial figures on YouTube. And then you get to his wife, who is played by Emma Stone, who is like so far down the rabbit hole. And there's kind of like these different tiers of ideology and radicalization. But his mother-in-law, with all her rantings and ravings about the government, and then thinking that like she's being proven right, that they are coming after her, at the end you see her and it's like she's playing her role that they've assigned for her without her like understanding, in ensuring that the data center goes up in Eddington. The amount of people that were talking about this movie after confirms me there's a lot of meat there. It's not just spoon feeding its perspective. Yeah, and look, I get criticisms of the film that's like, okay, it's overstuffed, like, okay, it's a lot. It is a lot. And that he doesn't seem like, I saw one criticism where it was like, okay, but he doesn't seem to find his characters even interesting enough to like be personally saying anything about them. And I think it's because he's not interested. I don't think his goal in setting out was to like make that it's like, okay, I'm making personal condemnations on these characters in my film. And I don't think he's also trying to, I don't think he's kind of trying to like do a hierarchy of like who's right, of, you know, what, like saying like what side he's on. I really think this film is like his reaction to seeing Twitter. And Twitter is kind of, you know, not real life, but plays, you know, the internet, Twitter playing a part in people's lives, and how we have gotten to this place now that anyone can say anything, and a lot of people's worldviews and perspectives are informed by people who are interpreting our shared world, but interpreting as like this is the actual reality. And I do think there is an element of what the fuck do we do, because this is something that I feel this, and I think maybe that's also why people were upset with the film. They didn't like the film. They were like, okay, what's the fucking point of this film? Because I don't think there's not like a conclusion to it, and there's not a well, here's what we have to do. So I get that. Like I get kind of the frustration as well. But I think too that's a frustration with like the fact that this does feel often like you're just throwing your hands up in the air and going, what the hell do we do? What do we do? What was the point of Austin Butler's character? I think Ari's going to... So Austin Butler's character, there's a lot of people... Okay. I think he was saying something with like the people at the end of the film who have come out on top. Like the Austin Butler character, the guy who's like really horny, and so that's why he becomes the wokest white dude alive. But then, you know, he's doing kind of like a Jackson Tinkle manosphere grift at the end when he realizes like, ooh, this is, you know, working for me. The grifters, yes. I think he is saying something about the grifters, because as much as like there are morally reprehensible characters in the film, Joe Cross certainly does some horrible things and has some, you know, morally reprehensible like, you know, he's I don't think he's a completely sympathetic character, but I do think that Ari is saying something about there being people who do believe, and then people who recognize the opportunities to be had in, you know, the opportunities to be had in like proselytizing, in you know, making a name for yourself, of being a truth teller, of being like, essentially, you know, there's people on the internet who will find you, who'll be attracted to you no matter what you say. Ari Aster said he's developing a sequel. Really? That's so interesting. For Rensick, thank you for the 4 months. Interesting. Okay. Now, he's gonna do a sequel with Austin Butler's character. I wonder if that's why he felt like more of a cameo in the film. I think a lot of the more critical reactions from the film come from people uncomfortable that the film doesn't feed them anything comfortable. It's mean. It's a film that it's fucking Ari Aster. It's Ari Aster. He is so full of anxieties and also is like he's nasty. Like his work can be so cruel. And I think for a lot of people when it was horror, I think it worked better. They liked it. They could take it. But as he's kind of gone into other genres and moved away from horror, I think it's too mean-spirited for people. Much less concrete answer about anything which is wildly antithetical to everything that gets greenlit today. Yeah, and I... he wants to make you feel like he feels. Yeah, and I don't think Ari Aster is saying I'm better than every other point of view, every ideology that I'm representing in this film. I think kind of more of what he's doing is like, look, we're all tragic fools because none of us are winning. And I think it's like as long as material concerns are being distracted away from by cultural consideration, cultural beefs and bad actors preying on those, then this is only something that is, this is only something that's going to continue heading down this path of like, what are we even doing anymore? And reality no longer actually being reality, and this, I don't know, inability to communicate. So what you're saying is I will have an existentialism crisis if I watch this movie with a bit of flirt for Austin. I watched it, I was like, he's so hot. Yeah, I definitely need to watch this again just because there's so many details too. I think Ari really loves to do some big time foreshadowing as well, but also just like so many culture war details, like very granular. One of the funniest fucking things is "you're being manipulated," a sign that Joe puts on his truck, and he spells "your" Y-O-U-R. And there were just some really great framing, like camera angles where he would have that sign "you're being manipulated," as it's very clear like he's being manipulated. Yeah, so there are a lot of moments like that. It's funny because I watched it with Will. I was waiting to watch this film with Will, and we finished, and he's like, I think I'm done with Ari Aster. And I am not surprised that Will didn't like that film. I don't like films like this. He took it as like, okay, so Ari Aster just hates everybody. Ari Aster's just shitting on like literally every single person that there is. And I kind of was like trying to tune him out because I'm like, I need to think about this movie. I need to like sit with this film and sort through my thoughts on it. And like, there's so much that happened. And look, I think I go back and forth on like, there's not a problem It's not a problem with not liking a film, okay? Not vibing with it. But I think what gets tough is when, how do you sort through when what your interpretation is not at all or different from what was actually going on. And like, that's the nature of film being subjective, where, you know, your response is your response. And if you're not seeing more than what, you know, if you're not seeing past what your initial read on it is that, you know, on the director? Is that on you? Is that something that it's like, look, this is why I fucking love film criticism, okay? I think film criticism is truly an art, and it seems to be one that we're losing. Like, I will always defend good art criticism and its crucial role to society, you know, because great criticism tells you why a film is, you know, it breaks it down, it analyzes, it teaches, and it can tell you why, you know, the critic liked a film or I had a negative reaction after watching it too. I mean, look, I finished that film and I knew right away, I was like, okay, I don't know. I don't know yet how to feel about this. And I think that's okay. I think one thing that happens is people think you watch something, you immediately have to have a take. And it has to be very, I either liked it or I didn't like it. And I don't think that's true. I think what's great about film is that sometimes you sit with it and sometimes you change your mind and sometimes you watch it again and you either go, you know, you change your mind and you feel more positively toward it, or maybe the other way around. It doesn't have to be something where like you have a strong opinion immediately after finishing a film. And I think with filmmakers who are Ari Aster or like Ari Aster, I don't think he makes movies that are necessarily meant to like be decisive in your feelings towards immediately after you watch a film. I think the main plot was so compelling that many miss how important the big tech data center was to the movie. Yeah, I think a lot of people were like, okay, he's clearly saying something with all these characters and with all this satire and like this violence, blah, blah, blah. But I think ultimately what he really was focusing on was how at the beginning and at the end of the day, the winner here is not us. The winner here are these tech companies. And like, I do know that Ari Aster, in not just his doing press of this film, but like he has spoken a lot about AI and like how AI poses great dangers to the filmmaking industry and also like just in general. And he has also spoken negatively about big tech. So I don't think it's like that hard to find. It's not that hard to kind of like put it together that he is making a condemnation here towards big tech. It's kind of a letdown how then you follow these characters, their development, like at the end it doesn't matter. I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But again, I get how that can, like, I understand people being like, okay, so then what do we do here? Like, what is he saying about these individuals? And I don't think it's so much as what he's saying about each individual character. I don't think that's what the focus is on. And maybe that works for you, maybe it doesn't. Okay, I want to watch some of this interview.
Oh, I
I'm just listening to Talk Easy with Sam Fragoso these days.
Eddington is set in May of 2020, around the beginning of the pandemic, in this small fictional New Mexico town where a conservative sheriff, played by Joaquin Phoenix, has decided to challenge his pro-mask, liberal-seeming mayor, played by Pedro Pascal.
Does he get Ari mad enough to walk off in this one? We'll see.
In this upcoming election. So I want to go back to everyone's favorite time, which is the summer of 2020. And you're in New York City at that time, in your apartment, and then I believe someone in your family gets COVID. What happens next?
Well, I flew back to New Mexico. I spent my adolescence in New Mexico in Santa Fe. So I grew up there, and I went to college there, undergrad. Now my family, live just outside of Albuquerque.
So when you're back in New Mexico, there for 3 months.
So I just want to say again, I get if you look at that film and you go, okay, he is less interested in getting into how lockdown, how the pandemic disrupted and sent people into these different directions. I get, okay, he's more interested in that than he is in taking any sides in kind of in I guess making moral considerations here from his own worldview, from his own okay, these are Ari Aster's beliefs and his politics, and so he's saying that this is wrong and this isn't, when it's he did not approach the film in that way. He wanted to see he wanted to make a film that was about this time period and how this disruption, these disruptions happen, how people who were maybe already heading down different paths just shot down them, and how what did that look like? And he's there's a lot of little details, there's a lot of details in the film, but I do think he's more big picture on it.
What are you taking in at that time?
I'm on Twitter.
Oh.
I'm building my own little routine. I take a few walks. It's Albuquerque's kind of feeling like a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
And
were you wearing a mask on these walks?
I wasn't wearing a mask on the walks, but I was wearing a mask when I would, go into, to get coffee or take away food.
Mm-hmm.
But I would wake up, get my coffee, walk to this nearby park, sit on a bench, read for a couple hours.
Twitter or a book?
Read a book.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
That sounds therapeutic.
Yeah. It was nice.
And so in that you start writing when and why?
It was at the end of May, the beginning of June, that it felt like we had reached this boiling point and things were about to boil over. I didn't, none of us knew where we were going, where we were in that trajectory,
mm-hmm.
how much longer we were going to be locked down. And so it was reaching this fever pitch. And I just remember thinking, I want to get this down, what the way this feels.
And how did it feel to you?
It felt crazy. I mean, It felt insane, I wrote the first draft of this version of Eddington very quickly because I wanted to make sure that that at least the first iteration of this was written in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to kind of capture the air. And I guess the project for me was, okay, I want pull back as far as I can to get as broad a picture of what the country is feeling like, but specifically in the Southwest, because that's where I was. And I'd always wanted to make a film about New Mexico, having grown up there. And so the idea was, how far back...
Ed, and Eddington. Ed, and Eddington. Yeah, and one thing in the film is, like, Joe Cross, played by Joaquin Phoenix, he keeps being like, he doesn't outright deny things in the way that kind of more extreme right-wing ideological figures in the film do. It's more of a, like, well, that's not a problem here in Eddington, this fictional town of like 2,000 people. That's bad over there. But I think the purpose of it being like, yes, problems happening here are problems happening everywhere, and there is no part of the country here that has been protected, that has, I guess, been insulated from these, this gigantic tear in our social fabric, and the way that our digital existences and our new corporate tech overlords are running the show.
Can I zoom to kind of assume like a sort of capacious stance?
Yeah.
That wasn't, some like ideological screed, but that was sort of about the environment.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved to have included more characters. It's an ensemble film. Mm-hmm. The center of the film is Joaquin Phoenix's character, Joe Cross, the sheriff of Sevier County, and Eddington is a town in Sevier County.
Mm-hmm. Of course, his name is Joe Cross, by the way. That feels exactly right.
He's carrying a load.
Yeah, across the bear.
Yeah. And so... the idea was, I wanted to capture the environment.
Yeah.
And sort of one of the tricks of the film is that, you kind of, you aren't supposed to know what my politics are, especially in the first half. It might even seem that I'm on the right because I've fastened myself to the point of view of a character who's on the right.
The film takes aim at young white liberal kids posting TikToks about James Baldwin. There's another young kid Googling Angela Davis to impress a
Okay, that shit was so funny.
girl. And then on the other side, like you said, the protagonist is Joe Cross, who doesn't want to wear a mask in a grocery store because he's asthmatic and because he doesn't want to wear a mask in a grocery store. And it feels like you're ping-ponging back and forth. And I did not sense that it was a liberal or conservative effort. It was more of an effort to...
And I think, like, I think there can be commentary there of how ideology can be so fleeting when it's not rooted in anything real. When it's simply like you believe what you believe either because someone else is telling you to, like, you're being told by someone else who's interpreting reality and spitting this, interpreting things and spitting forth this worldview that, like, maybe, they have ulterior reasons for doing so, but you're just eating it up and believing it to be the case, even though it's, like, not actually you forming this for yourself, or because of, like, the aesthetics of different ideologies, of how people have figured out different ways to, different ways to, like, get what they want, to be opportunistic, dependent upon what you are ideologically preaching.
Set the scene as you saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and like the thing too is I think he's focusing. I don't think he has every single person ever represented in this film, and that's why he was like, I wish I had more characters. I will say when it comes to the characters, like, people who are kind of more center left, like liberal center left, they seem to be people who are very online. And I do think that being very, very, very online, no matter what your politics are, is going to skew your sense of reality. And I think this is something that people on the left are struggling with, and why we've been having these arguments and these discussions in leftist spaces, because chronically online leftists who are spending all of their time fighting on a platform like Twitter, their worldview, their reality is also being skewed. That is also very isolating, and you can end up in in a place that like is ultimately not productive, is not good. And so sure, you're not, swallowing QAnon conspiracy, and it's, you're not, you look at it, you're like, well, not them, having an effect on our lives.
I don't know if the film is apolitical, but maybe it's closer to being omnipolitical, right? It's meant to be panoramic. And so, well,
what?
And I think that's why a lot of people are not liking the film. And they're like, well, he has nothing to say then. Well, what does Ari Aster think? Well, what are his politics?
No, I'm just trying to find the words. The worry is always just, it's harder and harder to get people into the theater. So you just want to make sure people go.
Right.
You don't want those polarized reactions, which are kind of like according to plan. You don't.
The
want
reason you
those
make
to
a movie is to produce strong feelings, right?
I like a movie that functions as a line in the sand. That's
so long as they show up to the sandbox.
That's yeah. Just come play.
We never talked about it. Oh no. No. Can we just talk? Can just the two of us?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. So maybe I just talk to your video. Ask where all your deputies went.
Okay, well, why not just ask your governor about her little catch and release policy, okay? Because if it wasn't for that, maybe I could hold on to my deputies and the people we arrest.
I know one of them was fired for excessive force, and another one was forced to quit by a YouTube First Amendment auditor.
Okay, yes, that is the same auditor that drove away your
Your undersheriff died of a fentanyl overdose.
From handling fentanyl.
And your captain and your chief deputy took jobs in Rio Rancho.
That was devastating.
You can't keep your own office going, but you're gonna run mine. Leave your mess here. And
I think too, like looking at Zohran Mamdani's campaign, okay, of course, a lot of people are like, oh, it's because of his social media game, because he's so good at social media. That's not the whole story. Zohran Mamdani had on the ground grassroots, grassroots campaign that knocked tons and tons of doors. Like, he was out talking to people, having communication that way. And his social media team was great. And absolutely, the internet can play a huge role in elevating candidates who aren't backed by big money. But it's somebody like him who had digestible, good policies that people would listen to, and it resonated with them. And a lot of his success has to be attributed to him being out in various communities and talking to people about their concerns and then offering them solutions.
Start a whole new one.
The panoramic view of politics. I don't think it's possible for you, someone who was born in New York, then goes to England for a few years, moves to Santa Fe at 10. I don't think it's possible for you to not bring your experience and your politics to a movie.
Right.
This is
No.
not an AI director. So framing it as the politics being panoramic, are you trying to do that because you think shifting or showing your hand one side or the other would dissuade the opposite side of showing up to the theater?
No, it just felt too narrow. It
Okay.
feels like something bigger is happening right now.
That's what I want to talk. What do you think
Yeah.
that is?
We're living in a world now where everybody is living in a different reality.
Yeah.
And nobody can agree on what is happening. And I think people have lost the dimensions of the bigger world outside of themselves. And all they see are the dimensions of the smaller world that they believe in. I'm absolutely not exempt from that at all. And I wanted to make a film that was about what happens when these people who are living in different realities start to knock against each other.
Right.
And a new logic comes out of that.
As they inevitably do in life in
Yeah.
this moment.
Yeah. As they're, I think, meant to. I think, a big part of what's happening is that people are being animated.
Right.
And agitated. And they're being given enemies. And those enemies are our neighbors. But I don't think our real enemies are not our neighbors. I think my politics end up in the film as sort of an attitude. But it was very important to me to make a film that was very empathetic towards all these people. It's just empathetic in different directions. And some of those directions are oppositional.
Right.
Right. And so I wanted to give kind of like more or less equal weight to every instrument in the cacophony. Or as much as I could without sacrificing coherence or, neglecting to tell a story.
When Hereditary came out, you said that the film belongs on the shelf next to Rosemary's Baby and Don't Look Now.
And I mean, we have to talk about the firework needle drop. Katy Perry's firework, and then the follow-up scene of just pure violence. Pure violence. And I think this is a tricky thing here where he's saying, like, look, I have empathy for these, various individuals that I'm depicting. But I also think something in the film that he is trying to not do is say that, like I don't think he is. I don't think he's trying to say that if you are somebody who is on the right, like a Joe Cross, who engages in violence, that is the same as being like a young person who is, I don't know, doing Twitter activism, and that's the limits of your engagement, and also that you're doing Twitter activism in a way that can be obnoxious. He's saying we live in separate, incompatible realities that are just as real to each of us. Yes, and I think the problems with people's views on this film comes from whatever your political beliefs are, looking at this and going, okay, but you're both siding stuff. And I don't think that's what he's doing.
Did I say that?
Mm-hmm. For Eddington.
On the shelf. What an asshole. Sorry, go ahead. Me, not.
So if we were to return to the shelf, assholes and all,
I think the truth is like, there are definitely individuals who are doing bad things on an individual level, but ultimately the big bad is not someone who lives in a small town, in a small rural town, has like conservative beliefs, who's maybe become susceptible to a more, to their ideology being even more radical due to what they're consuming. I think he is pointing out that like the common enemy here are these greedy, ultra powerful corporations that are running the show.
Be next to Eddington.
Let's say, okay, aspirationally, I would love it if this
I
film.
think it's a great film, but as someone who's lost loved ones down the QAnon spiral and watched them lose touch with reality, it was hard to watch, I'm sure. And I think whoever you are, you can probably see a bit of yourself or someone that you know in this film.
Ended up on a shelf next to Nashville.
The John Candy character in JFK.
Oh my God.
There's like
New Orleans. 5
of them in this movie.
Oh man, what is this?
Yeah, I know.
This is not a line, but I ain't no cockadoodle-doo. It's like, it's so good.
But that's how he sounds.
You have any idea what you're getting yourself into, Daddy-O? The government's gonna jump all over your head, Jimbo, and go cock-a-doodle-doo. Good day to you, sir.
That whole
the
cast is
paranoia, the paranoia of that film is so clearly in Eddington.
Well, I think that's a very unique film in that it captures the fever of conspiracy thinking in a way that I haven't really seen anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
Are you as prone to conspiracies as Oliver Stone is?
I think I know that something is wrong on some deep level, and that's what draws everybody to conspiracies.
Right.
Is like there's something wrong. I feel it. I know it. I see it. I just don't. It's just. Something's happening in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
We all know.
I had a knee-jerk negative reaction to it, but weeks later I thought it was pretty good. Isn't that fascinating? It's fascinating how certain films can do that. And that's why I will always say you do not have to have an immediate opinion. You do not have to have an immediate opinion and one that there's no room for it to change. I think people feel like I think maybe people feel stupid if they don't immediately have a strong opinion, because a lot of people do have strong opinions and they will make those strong opinions known. And I think there's this kind of belief that if you can't perfectly articulate, or if you haven't made your mind up one way or another after watching a film, then you're stupid. Then then you should not be watching movies. But I think a film is, a film like this too, it is art. Whether you like it or not, or whether it's like I felt this way and then that changed as I thought about it more. And it's also, look, criticism is great to consume. Never feel like you can't read other people's opinions on something because you have to form an opinion completely on your own. Film criticism is also an art, and it's really important. It's really important as a function to art in society. And it's why I'll always advocate for great film critics. And I watched it last night and stored it away until you brought it up. I hadn't yet been able to process my reaction. Yes. And I can usually tell, especially given the discourse that I see, I go, okay, this is probably going to be a film that I'm going to need to sit with. I'm going to need to think over. And it's why there are also certain films that I don't necessarily like to watch with Will, or I don't want to discuss afterwards, because he'll usually have a strong opinion before sometimes films are even done. That's just how he kind of is as a consumer. And I like to more take my time with things and kind of I really like to read a lot as well. I always read after I watch a film like this because I want to see other people's reactions, and whether it's positive or negative, like I'm really interested in how different people respond to something that we all watch the same thing.
Oh, that's true. It's only human to speculate and
To want
then-
answers.
Yeah. And so, you know, that film is widely criticized for being like a hodgepodge of like different conspiracies, some of which contradict each other. But that for me is not, you know, the film isn't valuable as like an expose. The film is valuable to me because it captures the mania of it. And I do think that we've become a country full of Jim Garrisons.
The Kevin Costner character.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who in that film is bathed in this heroic light. But, you know, he's somebody who's been widely discredited by whom? You know, it's like,
but self-righteous.
I mean, the film is like
as much as I love Letterboxd, I think the impulse to immediately log a film you just watched for the first time has kind of felt like people should have their final opinion on film. That's honestly also why I don't use Letterboxd that much, because I don't like to log right away and then I forget to. Even comparing the vibes from its Cannes premiere to its wide release premiere gives wildly different receptions, which is strange considering what the film is. Yeah, a lot of times films will have a totally different response after it's premiered at one of the major festivals to when it has a wide release.
Manic exercise. Yeah, I mean, it's a work of mania.
It's a work of mania, but it's thrilling,
amazing.
Yeah,
I the more I watch it, the better it gets. I think where we got into some trouble is that there were people at the time when they saw it.
Yeah.
I think this speaks to a larger issue with movie going at the moment. We've become so literal.
Right.
Like people watched JFK and they thought, well, that's not what happened, or well, that's definitely what happened.
Yeah. And the film is arguably pretty homophobic, you know. It's definitely it's a film that is like, you know, kind of it's distinguished by like a repulsion.
But it does seem like it was around that time that people started to look to film for answers.
Right.
That's a very dangerous thing to do. Not
Well,
because
all
Oliver
of the
Stone.
70s too, for sure.
It was.
And in the late 60s.
Because the thing is, that film is almost designed like a think piece.
Yeah.
Like it's essayistic.
It's
and persuasive in a think piece, Vox-like kind of way.
It's opening the back door, right? It's giving you a picture like this is, you know, it's very, it plays like a biopic, you know,
Yeah.
but it's, and it, of course, in some ways it is, but it's amazing that it sustains that fever.
Yeah.
Like it really feels like you're in the mind of somebody who is just like meeting these revelations, right?
Yeah, no, they've been up for days.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so very valuable film for that reason.
So tell me, like, in terms of, you know, JFK has a bunch of images that have stayed with me, clearly have stayed with you. And I'm thinking back on you as a kid when you stumble upon Carrie for the first time, the Brian De Palma film. You said that Piper Laurie chasing her with a knife in the house. I spent the next 3 years projecting those images in my head when it was dark at night. It made it hard for me to go to the bathroom or to get water from the kitchen. Like, tell me, like, when you were a kid and you had this like 3-ring binder of images that you printed out. One, can you describe like what was?
This may be a noob question because I'm new to film critique, but has there ever been instances where directors purposely don't want to take a stance and hide behind the veil of, well, I made it intentionally vague for the viewer to ponder? I mean, David Lynch. David Lynch was a filmmaker who was very well known for responding to questions. Well, what does it mean? Well, what does this mean? What were you saying with this? To Well, you watched the movie, right? What did you think? Yeah, famously wouldn't elaborate on the meaning of his films, and he would say everything that I had to say I put into the movie. And it's up to you to interpret, to kind of dive into, extrapolate what's going on here. And that's why there are people who don't like David Lynch. I feel like I'm not trying to throw Will under the bus, because I love him and I love hearing him talk about movies, and I love talking about movies with him. But Will Neff is, anybody who knows, you know that he was not a fan of David Lynch, and he didn't like Lynch's style and Lynch's kind of philosophy of film. And that's okay. Like, I always say over and over again, not every filmmaker, not every film is going to be for every single person. But there's also a lot of people who loved Lynch and loved Lynch's films and shows for exactly the reasons that he states philosophically. Do you like Lynch? Yes, I love Twin Peaks. I remember the first time I watched Twin Peaks and I felt like I'd never seen anything like it before. And I also remember the first time I saw Mulholland Drive and I was just blown away by I was just blown away by that film. And after I watched it, kind of trying to figure out, well, what did this mean? What was this? And I was just fascinated visually, and not just visually by the film, but also with what the film was saying. Charlie Kaufman's my favorite filmmaker. Every time I show someone one of his movies, they say it made them want to unalive. Lynch came from the art world. He was a fine artist before becoming a filmmaker. His goal was to create feelings and moods with images. Yes.
In the binder, and two, like, why do you think you were doing that?
I don't know. For several years, I was just really obsessed with horror films.
So you were like photocopying stills from them?
Yeah, still images. And I drew a lot. That's really what it was. I drew like habitually, and I liked referencing those images.
Yeah. And also, it's kind of like dramaturgical work.
I wasn't like thinking about it. I was just it was just impulsive, Some of them I hadn't seen yet,
Okay.
I remember I was drawing Pinhead before I saw Hellraiser. I have this like collector's gene.
Me too.
I don't know. I have too many books. I have too many DVDs, Blu-rays, VHS from that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this was just part of that.
Just
not being able to control that impulse.
And that scene from Carrie, the one that like kept replaying, was that true of other films as well? Like that you'd see an image in a film and it just would be unrelenting inside your head.
Yeah, there were a lot of. I mean, when I was younger, it was. Yeah, I think the films that really, really impacted me in that sense were Carrie, Cook the Thief, His Wife and Her Lover, Vincent D'Onofrio blowing his brains out in Jacket.
Ugh.
I saw that when I was too young.
And
it's the greatest.
I feel like a lot of people saw that when they were too young.
So good.
This makes it explain a lot about us. I saw that when I was too young, and that scene traumatized me so much that I didn't know there was a second half of the movie.
Yeah.
Like
I love the second half of that movie.
I do too later, but as a kid, I think I may have stopped. Like I may have just I either blacked out the experience of
Yeah,
the second
show
part
your
of the
kids
movie.
Full Metal
or I
Jacket.
may have
If you want your kids to grow up and be normal functioning adults, show them Full Metal Jacket when they're young.
just like hit eject.
Well, that's a perfect film if you end it there. One of the great stretches of any film
Yeah.
is the first half of that film. Just absolutely mesmerizing. But I saw that when I was very young. I probably saw that when I was like 10 or something. It was on TV, maybe 11, and that really made an impact on me. Blue Velvet was big. Clockwork Orange was big.
I've heard you say in a bunch of interviews, but even here, do you think you saw those movies too young? Like, do you really believe that?
No. Well, they just made really outsized impressions on me. You know, so
So like, was it good for your career as a future filmmaker, but bad for you as a human being moving through the world, traumatized?
I don't know. It was probably just it's all fine. It was fine. Were they useful in one way or another? I'm sure, because I tend to look for images that will be memorable. And I am a genre filmmaker. I like to take, maybe personal material and pass it through like a genre filter. And yeah, I feel that gives me a certain amount of freedom.
When you were 14 or 15, I read that your mother took you to see The Piano Teacher in Dogville.
Oh, well, not at the same time, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That'd be quite the
double double feature. When you look back on that time, the two of you going, do you remember talking about those movies?
Why are they talking like their entire family's asleep next door? I think you're just used to the loud exclamations of Twitch streamers. This is actually a pretty normal way to talk. It's podcast voice. I think I think if you consume a lot of Twitch, you are just used to you're used to people speaking that way.
Together after?
Yeah, no, I mean, we both really loved those films. There are a few films that I watched with my mother, who's a poet who used to be a visual artist, and we really connected through.
Hey YouTube, what's up? Hey everybody.
Certain films. I remember that we both loved The Piano Teacher in a way that was very meaningful. Mulholland Drive was one of those, and Dogville was one where I remember just the catharsis of that ending. We were both just like thrilled by what that film does, which is so subversive and kind of evil. That Dogville is a film that for about it's an almost 3-hour movie that spends about 2.5 hours of its runtime justifying the eventual mass murder of an entire town. Sorry, I'm ruining Dogville for whoever hasn't seen it, but it is.
By the way, we're past the spoilers.
For all Cervantes' favorites, tier one.
It's a film that weaponizes catharsis in a really interesting way, and at that age, I think I was maybe 17 when I saw that. I wasn't fully aware of what it was that was like so riveting to me, but that's become a more and more interesting idea to me, which is that that catharsis is something that can be used to sort of overpower somebody. You can use it in like nefarious ways, and I think that's a film that kind of underscores like. There's like a sorcery to it, and it underscores the artifice of all of that, especially because it is doing this like Brechtian Our Town thing where there's no sets, and so you really see, okay, this thing is not real, but it's immersive enough in its storytelling that it becomes very emotionally real.
When you're a student in Santa Fe, you graduate
I've been meaning
and then
to
go to
watch
AFI
that
for a
even
couple
so
of years.
Right.
Did you understand the power to manipulate by way of catharsis then? Like, when was that something you started thinking about in your own work?
I was going to film school, and it was grad school at that point, but I was trying to find what my style was. And I was in some ways aping other people or, just trying to find like what is right, experimenting with things and finding like, oh, I like doing that. And then maybe trying something else and thinking like, this is boring to me in practice. At a certain point, probably when I was making my thesis film, The Strange Thing with the Johnsons, that I started to feel like, okay, I'm starting to just follow my intuition here.
I remember I saw that
Some of those fucked up 15 minutes I have ever watched.
when it came out. And I sent that short film to at least 20 people.
Me too.
Oh, great.
The film, I love that movie.
What you were just doing, which I had no right to interrupt without knocking.
Yes, this
And I'm
was
sorry.
his. He made this when he was at AFI. That's where he went to film school.
But what you were doing was completely natural and normal and to be expected. And I just wanted to come in, not to make it weird, but just to make sure you weren't feeling strange.
In that film, in the process of making that,
That was his first film.
you said that was the first time you thought, okay, I'm getting at something I want to do.
Well, I'm talking really in terms of like form, like just what I was doing with the camera and with blocking, and I love melodrama, and I remember that the idea there was to do something almost like Sirkian, and when I first was planning on making that film, it was much more arch,
like Beau's Afraid arch,
almost John Waters. Or like Die Mommy Die or whatever. They're just people in drag.
Would I ever collab with Agent? Yeah, I was saying that I want me, Will, and him to go do a stream where we get Ethiopian food.
Again, like it the tongue was like very far in the cheek when I first wrote that script. And then because you have to live with your thesis film for so long at AFI, it's your whole second year. I remember that became less interesting to me over time as we were like preparing it. And then I started to like slowly draw the tongue from the cheek. I mean, it's hard to talk about this film because it's so long ago now.
Yes,
it's over 15 years ago that I made this film, and
you once called it a cautionary tale for liberal parenting.
Right, there it is.
Which I think is an interesting conversation with Eddington in some ways.
Right. Well, so The Strange Thing with the Johnsons, for people who don't know, is about an attractive upper middle class African American family, but the son has been molesting the father for years.
Yeah. It's an epidemic.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, wait. Did we watch this on my stream? I swear to God, we did. I swear to God, I showed y'all on this stream, didn't I? It's a lot. I think so. Yeah. No, I'm not watching it again because I have already showed this film. But that, I think, also established Ari Aster as, oh, he's going to throw a curveball in there and you're not going to know what the fuck it is. Like, you think you know what it is, and then you're like, oh my God, it's even more fucked up than I thought.
And anyway, yeah, that's...
I'm glad we have the context for people who haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So tell me this, like, after that film, which I do think that's one of the best short films I think I've ever seen. But from there, you have a 7-year period where you're writing all these scripts. I think you have 11 scripts in total by the end of this run. You're working at times as a script reader at Universal, I believe. You told Robert Eggers you got by in that time on savings. And I was wondering, for people
Still not as fucked up as that one guy that was blasting the dog we watched on stream. Oh.
listening who are trying to break into filmmaking, who go to college, and like college is not cheap. How did you go about stretching your savings? Was that from working as a script reader, like you had saved during college? Like how did you do that?
It was from that. It was from, I was bussing tables, waiting tables for a little bit. And just, I was just living like frugally.
A lot of ramen dinners.
Yeah. And I was living in a tiny studio apartment in LA.
Oh, where were you? Were you downtown?
I was living in Silver Lake.
Oh, okay.
Although for most of that time I had roommates and we were living in Atwater Village. When I was going to AFI, I was living in Los Feliz. I would say that Hereditary got off the ground just in time.
Yeah, where were you at before that one worked? Because there was another film that you were working on that you were really close on, maybe one or two of them, and then financing dipped or an actor backed out or something another.
The first project I tried to get going was actually the very first iteration of Eddington, which has almost nothing to do with.
I do worry a little bit because I don't know how much goodwill Ari Aster has left as far as like getting blank checks from the studio to make what he wants to make. Hereditary and Midsummer were such huge successes, but Beau is Afraid was not. And Eddington, I don't think. I mean, look, it also premiered in theaters in the midst of blockbuster season, which is tough. It's a modern Western about COVID era. People just, I don't think were interested in seeing it, even with it being Ari Aster's latest film. I think I agree. If he does horror, blank check. But he seems to me like he wants to kind of keep jumping around genres. Like I think he's done. He doesn't want to be locked into the horror
finished
genre.
film.
Maybe
Right.
he would do a horror again, but
So it was a contemporary
trying different
Western
stuff out.
thriller that did have a sheriff at its center.
Set in New Mexico. And it was about his feud with a copper miner in that town. It was but otherwise, it bears very little resemblance to what I ended up making.
You know what would actually be so funny, and they would never do it, but like if Ari Aster did the thing that a lot of auteurs do, where they go and quickly do a Marvel film to take the, to get the bag. If he did one, but in his style, like Kevin Feige in the studio not having a say over how he directs the film. Like, can you imagine an Ari Aster Marvel film? Would you watch it? Yes. Oh my God, yes. I think they might kill him though. He said he has another horror idea he's working on a few weeks ago. Oh,
But that one was close to happening.
Well, I had people kind of jumping on and trying to get it going, and
I guess
we never
Beau's
had
Afraid is a whole
cast,
story,
but there
true.
is a production company that was trying to get it going, and it just didn't get that close. But it was my first experience having people kind of attach themselves to it and try to help, and that was a boon because I at least had other people reading my stuff.
But it was also your first experience with heartbreak.
No. That's like number 973. But then actually I wrote the first draft of Beau is Afraid, which was more similar to its final version than Eddington was, but Beau just needed a huge budget, and I didn't even know what it needed.
But this 7-year window before it does happen, and then it happened very fast for you. I think a lot of people would get to around year 4 or 5, stop. For whatever reason, they stop.
Right.
They go do something else. If you had that much heartbreak already, and that one with the Eddington, pre-Eddington, whatever, was 973, how do you manage to work through heartbreak?
Oh God, I don't know.
You don't know,
Well,
or you don't want to say?
I don't know. I was joking, and now this is almost feeling like kind of schmaltzy. But I work through heartbreak.
It's okay. We've avoided schmaltzy this whole time.
I know, but I like to dodge it completely.
Well, you can make jokes about it. Go ahead.
No, I don't know.
I think to pretend like it's not part of the process is.
No, of course.
Yeah, I think
there's
so
much
painful.
disappointment. There's so much disappointment.
It's so fucking
and
painful to make anything.
It's very painful to make anything. I've said this before, but I think the process of making films is just like this constant grieving process.
Yeah.
Whether it's at the end of the day, I have to, kind of just make peace with the gap between my fantasy of what I'd be shooting and the reality.
It is funny how many great filmmakers talk about filmmaking as like this excruciating thing. And it makes sense. It really does. I've never made a film. And I've never made a film at this level. But like, yeah, I can imagine the because ultimately, look, there's a trade-off as well when you get to the big leagues, when you have big money behind you. You are now beholden to a studio. You are not indie anymore, and you can't always do everything you want, but also just like the vision that you had for initially envisioned being different from the final product. And that is just the nature of filmmaking.
Although now I think there's less of that. Now I kind of court the movie moving away from me a little bit.
But on Midsummer, there was a moment where you went into a corner and cried on set.
Oh, I've done that, I think, probably
on all of them?
Probably on every film. Oh, yeah. On Midsummer, the problem is that I was doing it in front of the whole crew. That was a morning where, everybody was gathered and it was time for me to give instruction to the crew. And they were all looking at me.
Yeah.
And I just turned around and just started crying. And so what they probably saw was like my back like rising and falling in a fit of like silent stifled sobs.
But is that typically how it goes for you? Silent stifled sobs?
When it's in front of people, there's you don't want to indulge too much.
I like the alliteration.
You kind of want to resist.
Mm-hmm.
That was just exhaustion. That was just it's very exhausting to make a film. But to answer your question, yes, there's so much disappointment. And it's so hard to make films now. I feel so fortunate.
In that 7-year window, were you deterred by the rejection or by the stops and starts?
I didn't have a fallback. And, I think I was good about making...
It's the denial, self-expression that they experience as excruciating. It's that the recording looks different from their imagination, hits less hard in other art crafts where there's more control. For sure, especially if you I do. I feel like the level of the director being different as far as the control you have when you're, say, writing a script. Like that was one thing as a writer where it's like, okay, I'm writing this script and it's exactly as I want it to be, or at least, as much as I want it to be. But then always the question of like, what the fuck does this look like then when you bring it to life, when you visualize it, and how depending, and it's why you also have to have a lot of trust. You have to trust the other creatives who are a part of your team, that like you all have an individual vision, but filmmaking is collective. It's a very collective form of making
shorts intermittently, so that it wasn't just that I was trying to get my scripts made, and when I had finished one script I would start writing another, just so I didn't become too dependent on any one thing I had done. And it's true that I had 11 scripts by the time I made Hereditary, but I had been writing scripts since I was like 13, and in some of those I never had any intention of making past, like once I went to college, like I would say I probably had like 5 or 6 scripts that they were just exercises. I realized me like learning how to write.
But you said once that as a kid it was easier for you to sit in a room and write a script than it was to marshal other kids into helping you make a movie.
That's right. Yeah, I always heard about the filmmakers who, when they were kids, they made these Super 8 movies with their friends, and you know, I was a fat kid with a stutter, and
there have been other
a
fat kids with a
debilitating
stutter.
I couldn't get a single word out. And so, but no, yeah, no, I just didn't have I didn't have friends who were interested in film. You know,
Right.
it really came down to that. That also might be
So
why
real.
I have a discipline problem, and my films are all. I make longer films. I hope that they're not saggy. You know, like I want to make films that feel sort of novelistic, but I think that comes from having grown up writing feature length stories and never really writing short films. I mean, even The Strange Thing with the Johnsons
30 minutes.
was a 30-minute short, which is just not. It's not useful because it makes it almost impossible to program, because when you're sending these films to festivals, you're sending them to be in contention for like a shorts block.
It's best to be slotted in. How can it be slotted in easily?
It means that of a 90-minute program, your film is a third of that. And so that was just very hard to get programmed, and we ended up taking that to the New York Film Festival, but that was after a year of nothing but rejection.
Beau's Afraid is almost 3 hours long.
I
Midsummer
like though
and
that Ari Aster, even in the beginning of his career, was like, "Sorry, can't do anything less than a 30-minute film, a 30-minute short film on incest." I can't. I simply cannot. When's the part where he gets pissed and walked out?
Eddington are both
Walks
about
out?
2.5 hours.
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting to see.
You've said that the only pushback I get from studio executives is to make my film shorter, which, you know, if anybody were in the room hearing the arguments, they would not be on my side.
Yeah.
Well, why would they not? Why would we not be on your side?
No. I'm just saying you know, for instance, the first cut of Beau is Afraid, my first assembly, like, you know, was 3.5 hours long, and at a certain point, I got it to 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, that's as far as.
All right. One thing I will say, and I do hate the people like Joe Russo who are like, make movies shorter. Beau is Afraid. You know what? Beau is Afraid was not long enough. Beau is Afraid was too long.
This is gonna go. And that's not reasonable
Movies need to
when
be
you're
10
working with a certain
hours long.
budget, and you know, same with Eddington. You know, like that. My first cut of that film was about 3 hours and 10 minutes. I didn't show it to the studio at that length. I showed it to them at 2 hours and 44 minutes. But you know, I get it. You know, you're alienating people when you're that long. If a film is good,
I actually, for me, Eddington, it's almost 2.5 hours. I didn't feel like it I wasn't sitting there feeling bored, being like, oh my God, this is so long.
I want to live in it for a while.
Yeah.
I can't get away from the way that I
The thing is, old movies are also long, but it feels like we lost the 90-minute film. I mean, look, I do love a 90-minute film, okay? Zip, zip, zoop. Zip, zip, zoop. But I also don't like this idea that every film has to be under 2 hours.
I just naturally pace things, which is that I like a deliberately paced slow burn. I like a film that like ramps.
Oh, we know.
You want to go to the photocopier
We
machine
know.
and print out pieces and continue living in the worlds that other people make.
Yeah, I mean, if it's working.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot my 3-ring binder, otherwise I would have brought it in. You know what? In Hereditary, Annie.
I think it's also funny that people will be like, 2-hour movie's too long, but we'll binge like 4-5 episodes of a show. But there's something about it being singular film where like a 2.5 hour movie, people are like, no, it's too long. It's like, yeah, I know you just spent all day bed rotting watching Love Island.
Is this artist that feels out of control for life.
Or
And she-
watching an 8-hour stream. Watching an 8-hour stream.
She has these miniatures where she can control the dollhouse, basically, to control things that she cannot in her day to day. And I was thinking, do you see a kinship in that in terms of
No, Love
how
Island
you think about
do
directing
have to pay attention to because there's so much drama. You got to make sure you can keep it
and what you can control on
separate
set
it all.
versus the maddening nature of life?
Well, I have a problem with ambivalence.
Yeah, that's what you said Beau is about, is that it's about an unlived life, the
Yeah.
ambivalence of that.
Yeah, and just being so afraid of consequences that you end up not making choices or being paralyzed by, the fear of consequences. That can be as small as not being able to choose where to go to lunch, and it could be as major as, how to lead your life. And I would say that I do feel I'm in my element when I'm on set, when I'm making a film. I feel that those decisions are much easier to make. So sometimes I'll really get hung up on something, and that part of me will hang up the process. But
the scene in Bo with the dental floss.
Yeah.
Can you explain that for people who maybe don't?
I am just gonna, let's see. It's too big. Exponential. Okay, let me skip here when he starts talking about
that never had been before. What you can do with AI generated videos now with the Google stuff is amazing. And
do you like using it?
I've been shown what it can do. Like I've sat with somebody who has it, who subscribes, and I've told them what to type in, but I don't use it myself. And for me, the thing that's most uncanny about it is that it's not uncanny enough. It's looking really real. And there's certain people who are still dismissive of it, like I can never really do that. It's like this thing is getting very, very close to.
You guys, no, don't mistake him saying that AI is like, it's fascinating to see how advanced it's become, and him being like, anyone who's saying like AI can't be used to replace, aka they won't use AI to replace because nothing can replace human art, is not him condoning and being like, yeah, AI, let's bring it in, move aside artists. He's talking about how it's crazy how advanced it has gotten and is continuing to advance. You know? I think he's saying the argument that it's never going to replace humans is not the effective argument against it. We have to have ethical principle. Right, like there is this repeated argument of AI can't replace humans, so therefore it won't. And I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. And also, if you think companies care about the kind of ethical, philosophical differences between human-made art and something that's generated from a machine, they don't give a shit. So anyway,
You put in a
It's
way
exponential.
to ape your style. Like, did you put in like do a film in the style of me?
No, I haven't. But I'm sure it could. And look, it's these things also have like ceilings on them, so that they do seem more limited than they are. And of course they are limited. Like this thing is, it's still in its nascent stages. You know, it's like it's still like a child, but you know, it's exponential. So every minute it's learning faster and better than it was the last. And you know, I guess this is a way to bring it back to Eddington, is that, you know, I've been asked, you know, how would you describe the film in like one sentence? And early on, somebody asked me that, and I realized the best way to describe the film for me is that it's about a data center being built.
Yes.
And you know, and the film begins on the promise of one being built, and it ends on a data center. And
yes. Okay. I have not watched this interview yet, but that was my read on the film when I watched it. And it's why I think anyone who's like, Ari Aster isn't saying anything. Okay, this is a whole lot of, this is a whole lot, but saying absolutely nothing. No, I don't think so. I think he's like very clear in what he's saying about not like just specifically data centers, but more so like big tech and these massive corporations that are popping up in towns like Eddington, which is a fictional town, but
Yeah, irrespective of who's in charge.
yeah.
Yes.
And for me, it's peripheral in the film but it's really the heart of it, that while all these people are navigating this one crisis, there's another crisis that's incubating over here. And really, in the end, all of these stories are just data for this machine, just training data.
When it came to Midsummer and Hereditary, you were dealing with situations where you had no closure, and the movies forced you to create a certain kind of closure. And I was thinking, when it comes to Eddington, did you find some closure in what you wanted to say and tell or show about this moment?
I wouldn't say closure, no. If anything, I wanted to keep it open-ended, but I wanted to also be clear. And so, I would say my other films have maybe more clear, like, catharsis. And in some cases they're pretty apocalyptic, but they are still they're wrapped up maybe more tidily than this one I think can be or should be.
Do you think the movie is most clear about the hyper individualist track that we're on?
I hope so. Again, I mean, I think something has gone away that was always at the center of liberal mass democracies, which is this agreed upon vision of what's happening, an agreed upon version of what's real. You could disagree about, that thing, but we all kind of agreed about what we were talking about. And that's gone. And it felt like COVID was the moment when that last link was cut, that link to whatever that old world was. And I don't think COVID was like really the beginning of anything or the advent of anything. I think it was an inflection point. We're still living in it. We're not locked down anymore. But the film, despite being a period piece, I don't really see it as one. I see it as being
that was also my feel on it as well, is that this was not something where there's a beginning, a middle, and an end, where Ari's looking back on this period of time, because it's not ended.
Film about
like
right
we are still debating masks. Like, there is still an ongoing public health crisis. Like, there are divisions that existed before COVID but really split during that first year are still continuing to deepen and to split.
And anyway, I don't think we've been able to metabolize what actually happened in 2020. It's so seismic. But
I think it's also because there are a lot of people who don't want to look back on that time at all. I think there are a lot of people who it's like they don't want I don't know. There's a lot of people, like, no matter their political ideology, that also, like, I think are misremembering that are misremembering facts and realities from 2020. And overall kind of this, like, anti-science distrust in public health that is not just on the left, or sorry, that is not just on the right.
That this age of hyper individualism has led to a real feeling of being lost and alone. And we know that we're powerless and we feel powerless, although that's also kind of contradicted by the fact that we have this autonomy online, and like, I can, like, when I leave here, I can order a chauffeur from Uber, right? And so, like, I have this power, but what comes with that system of individualism is that you are on your own, and that can be really, really thrilling when things are working out, and it is terrifying when things aren't.
At your premiere in Cannes, you said that there was a quote, a passage that you were thinking about, and I have it here. If I thought maybe you'd want to read it.
It's the same phenomenon as people who during Trump's first term said, "I'm turning off the news till he's gone." Yeah, like this idea that things go back to normal once Trump is dead, or like once he's not in office. completely ignored the reasons we got here. It's how we got back here. Same thing with COVID. It's uncomfortable to them to think about or accept, so they create their own reality. Like, there's a lot of COVID denialism. It doesn't all look the same, but it is across the political spectrum. I don't know. It's like, the other thing too is we have this ability to just adapt to a new reality. Okay, here's our new reality. We adapt to it. COVID came along, lockdown, all the rules and whatnot that was implemented to try and keep the public safe. And most people accepted the reality and quickly just accustomed themselves, quickly became accustomed in the ways that they could. But then it almost was like this introduction of kind of individualism, which it was like we had this collectiveness, and then that also started to splinter, and it was like, okay, well, this person's doing this, so why can't I do what I want to do?
Hi, bud.
Hi, what's up? Just kissing. But even the lockdown thing is revisionism in the U.S. We barely locked down in most of the county. Here, bars were closed for 2 weeks, and that was it. People gave up basically nothing, and every year it grows. But 2030, the lockdowns will have lasted 27 years. Yeah, that's true. I guess, like, I don't know, in LA, and if you were in, like, New York or major cities that had more extensive lockdowns versus other parts of the country, but even still, like, in the scheme of things, I don't know. Also, that time does feel like a blur. That time does feel like a blur because I think there isn't a lot of because I think you have people who are like, yeah, hey, the pandemic's still going, yes, and then others who are like, oh, that period of time was so awful, like I don't even want to talk about it at all. Or people then who talk about it like it was the worst thing that could have ever happened. And it's like the collective memory kind of worsening and distorting the reality of that period.
Well, I only kind of brought this up at the press conference because the opening night at Cannes, they kept referencing Nietzsche, and this kind of brought this up for me, or just I thought about. So the quote is so this is what you're having me read.
Having you makes it seem like you're forced. You're not forced.
No. So the quote that came to mind was, "The oversaturation of an age with history seems to me to be hostile and dangerous to life in 5 respects. Such an excess creates that contrast between inner and outer, which we have just discussed, and thereby weakens the personality. It leads an age to imagine that it possesses the rarest of virtues, justice, to a greater degree than any other age. It disrupts the instincts of a people and hinders the individual no less than the whole in the attainment of maturity. It implants the belief, harmful at any time, in the old age of mankind, the belief that one is a latecomer and epigon. It leads an age into a dangerous mood of
It's also a blur because we don't culturally want to reflect on it like we usually do with other past
irony in regard to itself, and subsequently into the even more dangerous mood of cynicism. In this mood, however, it develops more and more a prudent, practical egoism through which the forces of life are paralyzed and at last destroyed."
A dangerous mood of irony in regards to itself.
Yeah.
Into an even more dangerous mood of cynicism. Feels about as accurate of a reading of right now as I could possibly come up with.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And you go about combating that how?
it's too big of a question for me to come up with, kind of an easy answer right now. I will say though that Eddington is about cynicism as much as it may be, accused of being cynical. And I hope that it's not cynical. I think it's a film that's very much about a bunch of people who care deeply about the world, and it comes out in distorted and fucked up ways. I feel we're living in an age where nobody trusts anybody or anybody else's picture of the world. And I don't know what the answer is, but I do feel that without somehow reconnecting with each other, reaching out, re-engaging in some meaningful way, there is no hope. And that we have been siloed off. I hope that there can be some sort of solidarity and at least kind of pulling back and seeing the absurdity of our collective situation.
Yeah.
That's part of what was animating Eddington for me.
And I think it's part of what's animated this conversation. And I don't think anyone would have thought, based on those first three movies, that the fourth one would actually be an invitation to make an empathic leap, which I think is what you're doing. And I look forward to the next one. I hope it's made by Ari Aster and not an AI and a human being that is sitting across from me with all the idiosyncrasies that you have, that I have. Anyway, it's meant a lot. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because it's like, okay, this differentiation between a film that has cynicism in it, but isn't but the director's, the filmmaker's cynical and not like and he said how I felt too after watching it, which is that he doesn't have the answers, and I think that's pretty clear in the film, and it's more of his kind of like studying and trying to paint this picture of what the environment has become, but not having the answers or not trying to push anything as far as like it being conclusive as to how we fix things. And I think that is something that upset people, or not upset, but why they didn't like it as well. Hello, this seems like an interesting channel. Hello. Anyway, okay, that was a lot longer talk about Eddington than I thought, but I think I think it's a film that warranted it, and maybe you watched it and you're like, nah, it didn't need to be talked about this much. I always like seeing what filmmakers have to say about their own films. I think you can learn a lot that way. If you're like, what was going on? Well, there's probably plenty of interviews where at least you can get, you can hear from the person whose vision went into the film of, hear in their own words, like what they were aiming for, what they were hoping to accomplish. And it can help inform your understanding, even if it doesn't like change your opinion necessarily. Anyway, it was great. I laughed a ton. I laughed a lot as well. There were a lot of funny moments. Okay, let me look at the Chris Pratt stuff. Thanks, this gave me a lot to think about. Yeah, so maybe if you haven't seen the film or you have seen the film and you were confused or you're still kind of like, I don't know what to make of it. Maybe that informed you, gave you a way to kind of frame your experience with it. I have something on my nose. Is it my nose? Oh, what the hell? Where did this come from? Why is there... You know what I think? Maybe there's like shit on my microphone because this has happened before. I'm like, where this come from? Ah. No, it's not mascara. No. Hold on. I bet you... Oh, I know what it is. There's this my microphone stand. My microphone stand. It just has like all this has all this shit on it. I think it's time to replace it. I don't like this stand anyway. The microphone like grease goop. Goop boop dee doop. I think I gain a lot from it. I like the talk. Great. Cool. Okay, so why are people talking about Chris Pratt? Why does everybody hate Chris? Well, first of all, because Chris went on Bill Maher. Enough said. I've hated him since I saw this quote about his hunting way back in 2016. He is a freak. I respect good hunters until I read I just like to kill him. Yeah, he's got a lot of sus statements like this. Hunting is in my blood. My dad and uncles hunted. I didn't hunt much as a teenager, though I longed to. The thing inside me that drives me to go out and hunt is very animal. But the remorse, emotion, and respect I feel and the closest to God that I feel when I'm out there is my humanity. My wife's like, you're not going to eat it. I'm like, yeah, I guess you're right. I just like to kill them. I'm sorry, but anytime I kill something, I like to say a quick prayer just because we did waste this guy. Bro, what? Why does he always also bring his Christianity into things in such an inappropriate way? Yeah, he's talking about how much he likes to kill animals and is somehow trying to relate that to his close relationship with God. It's okay to do that as long as you pray after. Oh, this fucking guy. All right, so here's the clip of him on Bill Maher. Let's see. Maybe not. This is archived. Okay, let me see if I can find the clip. Chris Pratt, Bill Maher. Of course it was Bill Maher. Of course it was Bill Maher.
Oh, yes.
Wait, is that it?
Did people ask you about him?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I don't know. No, I kind of feel the same way that you do. Like, I've spent number of occasions hanging with him just in a strictly, family dinner kind of vibe, and I really got along with him well.
He's great.
I think he's great. I think he's funny.
He's wonderful.
I like him.
Yes.
I love him. I think he's...
he's not crazy. I mean, the people trying to... He's also got, like, I said to him when he was here, so I don't agree with everything you said.
Okay, so he is related to RFK Jr. because his wife, Catherine, is the granddaughter of RFK Jr.'s aunt. So that's how they're distantly related. So that's why they're talking about him, because Bill Maher fucking loves him, of course. So that's why.
I don't think your father would either, but your father would be so proud that you stuck to your guns like more than anybody.
I feel like this is so uncomfortable. This is like so uncomfortable. Bill Maher's like, you are great, and don't let them tell you anything other than that. And you, people like you and me, we are principled. We stick to our guns. And Chris is just sitting there like awkwardly.
I mean, this guy, when this guy believes something, you cannot move him off of it.
Because one thing that Pratt does not like to do, he doesn't like to get too deep into politics. That is something he's always been intentional about. He will give little statements here and there. We know he's super Christian and he is very into like he says things that are very Republican coded, but he has so far stayed away from really getting too deep into talking about politics
With your bribes.
Yeah, you're right. That's
for better and worse.
That's a virtue in the and
well,
I
it's
think,
rare.
And I think that you know, politics, it's a nasty business. And when you jump in,
fuck, why? I hate that it's just like this. I want the whole clip. Okay.
I don't agree with everything you said, and
That's so annoying. Okay, whatever. I'll just go back over here. Okay. So, anti-religious guy admires people not changing beliefs when faced with evidence. LOL. Yeah, Bill is fucking hammered already. Okay, Chris Pratt is all for cousin-in-law Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s mission to make America healthy again, telling Bill Maher, I want them all to be successful. He was a guest Monday on Maher's Club Random, where he shared that while he doesn't agree with everything, RFK Jr. says, I love him. I agree with like the overall view that what makes us sick is the toxicity. What the fuck does that mean? What makes us sick is the toxicity? The Marvel star explained, I'd hate to be so mired in hatred for the president that any success from his administration is something I'd have an allergic reaction to. To be like, oh, well, if they do it, I don't want it to happen. I'll put Clorox in my children's cereal myself, he quipped. It's like, come on, be reasonable here. There's certain things that would be a good thing to have. Also, there has been no success. And what's annoying is like people who have been advocating for Palestinian liberation, who hate Donald Trump as well, were like, look, if Donald Trump can actually get a ceasefire done, yeah, I'm going to be I'm hoping for that. I am hoping that Trump will be better than Joe Biden. I don't have tons of faith, but it's not something that like if Trump actually managed to, if Trump managed to be better, managed to get a ceasefire, that's not something that as advocates for Palestinian freedom, for an end to the genocide, are going to oppose. And then, of course, the liberal response to that was awful. But I don't know who the fuck he's talking. He's basically being like, oh, okay, my read on this is he's saying, Trump, I get, he's divisive. He says a lot of things that people don't like, but he's also doing a lot of good, and you shouldn't be so in your echo chamber that you can't see that. And it's also like, okay, what are these good things in the room with us right now? Are they here with us now? The Guardians of the Galaxy and Jurassic World star is married to Katherine Schwarzenegger, the daughter of Kennedy's first cousin Maria Shriver and Arnold Schwarzenegger. The pair run into one another at family events, Pratt said, where they play cards, play Mafia, or have dinner, but he doesn't pick his brain about his policies when they're together. Maybe he should! To Pratt's point about RFK Jr.'s work against toxicity, Trump's health secretary has supported more regulations around infant formula, restricting dyes and additives in food, as well as weakened vaccination access by, among other things, canceling millions of dollars in mRNA vaccine research. Despite overwhelming scientific consensus that vaccines are safe, effective, and critical to preventing deadly disease outbreaks. Why do I have a feeling that Chris Pratt is probably anti-vax? His highly criticized response to the measles outbreak, which cost the lives of 2 unvaccinated children in Texas, consisted of a push for unproven preventatives like vitamin A until he finally declared that the MMR vaccine is the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles. Oh, you mean what like public health officials have said? You mean what the science has said? You mean what a lot of people have been saying for a long time? That we have the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles, and it's the MMR vaccine? Pratt said he doesn't keep up with the news about his cousin-in-law because when you jump on the bandwagon with who is, the most divisive president ever, it makes sense that you're going to be made to look terrible. That is such a roundabout way of being like, look, don't hate RFK Jr. just because he's a part of Trump's administration. Of course he's going to look bad because he's part of Trump, who is a very divisive president. He's part of his administration. And so I don't know what to believe. He went on. I hope there are certain things that he oversees that seem to be supported in a bipartisan way. This is just a lot of, it's giving the energy of like changing the font on your punctuation in an essay so that you can hit the word count. It's a lot of nothing. Like getting terrible toxic stuff out of our kids' food. I think that's a great thing. And so if you just do that, that's amazing. Pratt's political leanings have been a point of interest among fans who discovered that he was consuming content from social media accounts that circulate alt-right sentiments and homophobia. The only affiliation the actor has publicly claimed, however, is his Christian faith, though he's since said he doesn't want to be the face of religion. Doesn't Chris Pratt... I think he has a disabled son. I think his son, who was born prematurely, I think he has like serious health conditions. This is his son who he had with Anna Faris. The one that, remember, what was the thing where he was talking about his kids, but he was like left out his son Jack? Chris Pratt talking about kids, but not about... Okay, wait, it had something to do with talking about his healthy daughter. Okay. Wait. Yes. I think this was it. So when his daughter was born, who he had with Catherine, his second wife, he thanked his wife on social media for giving him a gorgeous, healthy daughter. While to many this was a harmless message, some took it as insensitive due to Jack's health issues when he was born. Chris opened up about the difficult time to Men's Health magazine a couple years later and revealed the emotional toll it took on him. A bunch of articles came out and said that's so cringeworthy. I can't believe Chris Pratt would thank her for a healthy daughter when his first child was born premature. That's such a dig at his ex-wife. But I just have to say in general, thanking your wife, like that's fucking weird. That positions it as like... That positions it as like your wife did this for you too. The framing on that. Thank you to my wife for giving me a daughter, a child. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because it's Chris Pratt. Maybe that's why I'm like, I don't think it's terrible. I will say, I don't think that I don't think the healthy daughter thing, the wife was like, no prob, bro. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's Chris Pratt. I'll accept that. I'll accept that maybe I'm clouded by it being Chris Pratt. I will say, too, I don't think him saying thank you for the healthy daughter was supposed to be... I don't think it was supposed to be like a dig at his child, Jack, who was born prematurely. But I also think that Chris Pratt I think he's just annoying to a lot of people as well. It is a very like Chris Pratt ... The thing with Chris Pratt is nothing is ultimately evil, but it adds up in a terrible. Yeah, the thing. Chris has not really done anything that is, I think, on its own, the worst, the worst coming out of Hollywood. But I think it's that people have gotten a read on kind of who he is, and it's annoying. Like the vibes being off. Right. The vibes being off. Yeah, I think he's a dumbass, if I'm being real. I don't think he's a very smart person. When I see interviews of him, when I hear him talk about stuff, he doesn't come across to me as a particularly smart person. No, he's an idiot. No, he's an idiot. Okay, so he claimed his Christian faith, though he's since said he didn't want to be the face of religion. He's been called out for aligning himself with Christian figures who spread anti-LGBTQ messages. Yeah, that's not cool. Including by fellow actor Elliot Page in 2019. Oh, I forgot about that. After Trump's election, when Pratt penned an op-ed for his mother-in-law's website saying that he was trying to make sense of the election through the eyes of Americans on both sides. Oh yeah, that was really annoying too. Not long after skipping a high-profile Avengers meetup to support Kamala Harris in 2024. Although, that's fine. He drew backlash when he suggested Trump's critics go ahead and cry in the mirror after the election. Okay, that's annoying. It's like, okay, I look through the list of everything Chris Pratt has like said and done. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's really annoying. All right, I don't really care about that. Yeah, no, he's fucking stupid. What a dumbass. He's just off. I think he is too. I feel like also every time he's in the public discourse, like there's something with Chris Pratt. It's something like this. It's really something like this, where it's like, man, why even bother talking when you're very clearly trying to, like, why get into this shit when it's clear you are still kind of trying to disguise. But then again, I'm like, maybe he is a guy who this is the limit of it. I think the only reason he hasn't gone full hog is because he wants to keep his blockbuster ties. It could be that, but it also could be like, this is just how Chris Pratt's brain works. Like, this is the extent of his beliefs, I don't think he's smart enough to operate that way. I know, that's what I'm kind of wondering. Like, maybe he is, not trying to let him off the hook, but maybe he is that dumb. Could be. Maybe he is his Parks and Rec character. Yeah. Maybe he is the toxicity. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Sam said she's ready to go in 10, even though she had texted me at 9:30 and I didn't see her text. So technically it's my fault. Okay, so I covered that. I can probably also cover this. Jade Thirlwall has a bone to pick with Maddie Healy. I love when people pick bones with Maddie Healy. He's another guy that I'm like, I don't like the vibes. He is annoying to me. So Jade Thirlwall is previously a member of Little Mix. Little Mix is a group that rose to prominence because of the show The X Factor UK. And I think, and maybe Little Mix fans can correct me if I'm wrong, I think Jade is the most successful individual member of Little Mix, like post Little Mix's end. I think she's kind of like I would say Harry Styles for One Direction. Maddie Healy doesn't get enough hate. Sorry to the 1975 fans. I don't care. I know. I feel the same way. Okay. There are so many reasons to dislike Maddie Healy that you don't even have to be a Swiftie to find one. This is true. This is like one thing that I have found myself commonly in a chorus with Swifties, even though we're not in it for the same reasons. Take former Little Mix member Jade Thirlwall, who spoke to The Guardian about her vocal support for Palestine and the role of politics in the music industry. Namely, who has the luxury of staying silent about Gaza and who does not. So this is the interview that she did. As part of the hugely successful girl band, she had to contend with an eating disorder, racism, and a hostile tabloid press. Now, Jade, the solo artist, is conquering the charts with her unorthodox pop bangers and unfiltered attitudes. Sorry. Okay, here's the part. Okay. Okay. I think this is when she starts talking about him. Wait, let me check. Maddie Healy. Okay, yeah, this is it. Another headline-generating performance followed, this time at Glastonbury Festival, where Thirlwall led the Woodsies stage in a chant of "fuck you" to, among other things, reform, welfare cuts, silencing protest, and selling arms. God damn. Okay. All right. Was she surprised at the heated online reaction? I was ready for a backlash from the right kind of people. I saw a lot of people saying your Glastonbury set was really good until you got political, or I used to be a fan of yours until you got political. But hon, you were never a fan because I've always piped up. I love that. You were never a fan because I've always piped up. AKA, if you're just now hearing me, it means you're new. You know, you're new to the club here. You haven't been around. You must be new here. That's like whenever anyone will say, I didn't know Caroline was political. And sometimes they'll say that in a like, oh, that's cool. I appreciate that. I'll check her out. And other times will be like, ugh, I just thought she was, I don't know. I just thought she was the girl that I saw in a collab, or that she was just Will Neff's girlfriend. Didn't know she was political. And both of those, it's like, okay, you must be new here. And to the ones who don't react with disgust, I'm like, welcome in. But also, I'm not political. Yeah. I'm just Caroline from Women. I am a pop culture justice warrior, and I'm CarolineKwan from Women, and that's it. Okay. Memorably, back in 2015, Thirlwall hijacked the official Little Mix Twitter account to tweet that she was truly saddened and ashamed by Parliament voting to bomb ISIL targets in Syria. I love that she hijacked the official Little Mix Twitter to tweet about Syrian civilians being bombed. Like, that's incredible. Doc J, thank you for the prime. Awesome Ryan, thank you for the 7 months. I got in a bit of trouble for that, she concedes cheerfully, but I felt very passionate about it. I'm no expert in politics, but I've always taken an interest. Around 9/11, I saw firsthand the Islamophobia that my granddad experienced, and as someone of Arab heritage, I've seen people turning a blind eye to the Middle Eastern tragedy. What's quite funny is that we didn't have individual Twitter accounts, and we each had to sign off tweets from the Little Mix account with our name. So I did my tweet about Syria and ended it with XXJadeXX. A stalwart defender of LGBTQ rights and a vocal advocate for a free Palestine, she is disparaging of artists who opt She is disparaging of artists who opt out of politics. I don't think you can be a pop artist and cover your eyes. I saw Matty Healy say that he doesn't want to be political, which I found disappointing. It's very easy for someone who's white and straight and very privileged to say that. Good for you, hun. Okay, her use of hun in a condescending way is so fucking funny. Hey, hun. Okay, hun, sounds good. Also, isn't this the guy who like did a Nazi salute to be edgy? I'm sorry, hasn't he gotten political before? Maybe not in a way that he thinks is political. Matty Healy says the 1975 doesn't want its legacy to be one of politics. We need more love and friendship. What does that mean? What does love and friendship mean? Separate from you, like, making any sort of statements towards the treatment of your fellow human beings. You know that love and friendship is not something that is like totally separate from making political statements as an artist. Like he literally said thoughts and prayers. He said thoughts and prayers. Okay. Let me skip to the part where he talks about this. People who are watching this, or midway through the stage went dark, a message appeared announcing Matty is changing his trousers. Healy paused to make his most sincere speech of the night, saying that the often controversial band would be taking a break from politics. You know, it's always interesting when people decide at moments like the current moment that they're going to take a break from politics. Yeah, what a time. What a time to be taking a break from politics. Yeah, didn't he fucking go on Comtown or he went on Adam Friedland's show? People who are watching this may be disappointed in the lack of politics in this show and our forthcoming shows and probably our future shows. I want you to know that's a conscious decision. We honestly don't want our legacy to be one of politics. We want it to be that of love and friendship. I'm not trying to be too earnest, but you can go out into the world and there's loads of politics everywhere. We don't need more politics. We need more love and friendship. I think he's trying to make this conflation between humanity and, say, politics in the sense of, like, I don't know, advocating for a political candidate versus, like, condemning the mistreatment and abuse of human beings in this world. Like, it's very frustrating to me that a lot of people will be like, oh, you're getting political here. It's like, it's not our problem that these human issues, these issues surrounding the basic rights of our fellow human beings have become politicized. It's like when there were all the issues on Twitch and they were trying to figure out how to like deal with politics on Twitch. And it was like, okay, if you are doing certain political conversations, you have to label your stream and you don't get ad revenue. And it's like, okay, well, what about as a trans person? As a trans person, you're not trying to be political. You might not be someone who's like explicitly doing politics on their stream. You're not sitting there like covering the news and whatnot. But your existence is political because your existence has been politicized. So to sit there as a trans person and try to humanize yourself and other trans people and educate, like, now you're political. Now you're doing politics. When the reality is you're trying to affirm your and other trans people's humanity and remind people of that. But you don't need that. You just need love and friendship. I know that's really basic, but if you are a young kid and you were inspired by like this band or something like that, don't aspire to play a stage or be a certain size. Aspire for this level of friendship and love in what you do, and you'll never fail. And I love you. What does that even mean? The band then launched into I Always Want to Die, sometimes followed by Love It If We Made It, arguably its most political song. fucking hilarious. With a montage displayed showing images of Donald Trump, Kanye West, the plights of immigration, and more. I love him being like, hey, we're not going to do politics and you don't need to do politics. And then they go on and play their most political song. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, gimme a min. I'm rapping. Okay, so anyway, Jade Thirlwall said, I saw Matty Healy say that he doesn't want to be political, which I found disappointing. It's very easy for someone who's white and straight and very privileged to say that. Good for you, hun. That has to be sarcasm, right? No. No, it's not. I don't think he is making a joke. No. I think he's doing what a lot of artists are wanting to do in this moment when people are like, hey, you gonna say anything about Palestine? You're gonna say anything about this genocide, especially as someone, you know, in America, or just largely someone who lives in the West and has a platform and has used that platform to be political before, and yet 2 years into genocide, still silence. There are... It's why I'm cynical about statements like this. I'm cynical about artists who are like, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna do any politics. Like, I just want the music to speak, and I just want to be all about love and friendship, and that's it, that's all. That's it, that's all. Gaga, real quiet about Israel. I mean, absolutely. Like, there's no denying, look, we still are, you know, we still listen to this music and watch movies and blah, blah, blah. But I do think silence from artists, especially artists who like are intentionally political and have used their voices and their platforms before, but are intentionally staying silent on Palestine. Like at this point, that silence does speak volumes. Like it does say a lot. I want to see if she says anything else down here. Okay. Over time, Thirlwall and fellow member Leanne Pinnock understood that as women of color, we had to work a bit harder to be noticed. Yes. Thirlwall, on the other hand, has been an outspoken advocate for human rights. In 2015, okay, we talked about that. Earlier this year, she led a fuck you chant while headlining the Glastonbury Festival, speaking out against UK policies like silencing protests and justifying genocide. Sounds more powerful than love and friendship to me. Yeah. Sounds more powerful than love and friendship. And that's the truth, right? Miss me with your love and friendship, and actually say something that's real and authentic and it's just simply not that. Okay. Give me a sec.
on Discord. Let me call her. Beep, 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 beep.
Seth, thank you for the 19 months. I've been real curious why Bad Bunny hasn't.
Well.
Oh my god. For a second, I thought that was my the TTS voice. I was like, oh my god, why does it sound like Sam?
And then you realized it was me.
And then I realized it was you.
Anyways, what's up with you?
Not much.
Have you had any spirits in your house? Any
Not that I know of, but also
scary situation?
You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I could find out. Farley has been lingering like something's going on with him, but it could be he's just pissed.
Do you ever let it linger?
Sometimes.
Do you have to let it linger?
I've been real curious why Bad Bunny hasn't said anything but then said some good shit.
Do you have to?
Probably very
Do you
much
have
intentional
to?
with his huge Adidas deal at CarolineKwan.
Do you have to?
Oh my god, my ears. Probably 2 years though. I am.
You want to know what I did because I had so many flea bites on my foot?
Yeah.
I took a Sharpie and I put a dot on each one so I could see if new.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah,
Have
so
any
far
new
we're
ones popped
good.
up?
No, I think we're okay.
Shook, thank you for the 24 months. We're good?
I think so.
Are you going to connect the dots?
Maybe. I might make a little constellation.
Do a little Big Dipper?
A little Big Dipper?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Exhausted from the stream last night.
Yeah, whenever I get home, I am always so exhausted. I notice there's a cycle. I get about 4 or 5-ish hours in and I like hit a wall where I go, oh man, I'm tired. And then when I get home, I'm always like super, super exhausted. And I feel like I'm hungover the next day, kind of.
Yeah, me too. Like, last night was supposed to be night off from stream, but then I ended up, of course, going on that one. And today, I just felt cooked.
A little tie-tie?
Yeah.
You know what happened though?
Tie-tie.
Still didn't fall asleep at a normal time.
I know. And
I'm
told you.
fucked.
I've told you you have to start just drugging yourself.
Honestly, like I'm at this point, like I'm going to try melatonin tonight, even though I've taken melatonin, it doesn't work that well. And I think I need to stay up for 24 hours.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Start small. What time have you been going to sleep? Be honest. Be honest.
6 a.m.
Okay. 6 a.m. Go for like 4 to 4:30.
Okay.
Because if you're like, I'm going to go to bed at 2. No, you're not, because it's a 4-hour difference.
I know, I'm probably going to stream until 2.
2 o'clock will roll around and you're like,
I just need to, maybe I need to start like, I need to wear myself out. So I need to maybe go for a run tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going out tomorrow, so maybe I'll just get hammered and then I'll fall asleep when I get home.
Yeah, that's never good sleep though.
No, you're right. It's not.
Booze sleep.
Yeah. I'll figure it out.
So it's just, I don't know. You kind of have to, in my opinion, the best way to do it is working down that way, but also using things to force you to go to sleep.
Maybe I just need to wake up early. Like I need to have something to wake up early for.
You can, but then it's like you're exhausted.
I won't though. If I have to get up by choice in the morning, I just don't. I need to have something that's pressing, and even then, I will stay asleep until the last second.
You could you could book workout classes for the morning.
I booked a Pilates class once, and then I got too scared to go.
Okay.
So I'd like to have a workout class, but I get too anxious to go.
Anxious as in like you're gonna be out of shape, or
No, because I'm just gonna go by myself, and then
okay. Dude, next time you're here, I'm gonna give you some of that dream stuff.
Damn.
That's what Will
The
has.
merch?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you dreams merch. That's what
Let's
Will
go.
has, and it makes you cannot stay awake.
Okay.
You simply cannot.
Okay.
We're gonna get you back on track.
Yeah, you're getting up at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
No, not really. What time are you streaming tomorrow?
I'm gonna stream probably around 8 a.m.
Are you playing Among Us? Is that what I heard?
I am.
What happened? You changed. What is this, 2020?
I don't know. Well, I just saw Eddington, so yeah, I would say it is.
Oh,
I've
okay.
never played Among Us.
It's pretty fun. I always struggled when I streamed it because I had a hard time playing the game and also being live and being able to like keep track of what was happening in the game enough to lie.
Okay.
Like I ended up just going, I don't know. Like, it wasn't me because I was over there. And then they'd be like, well, what was happening? None of my business.
So you're bad at lying.
Yeah. When there's a lot of things going on, I can't lie very well.
Okay, I see. So it sounds like a skill issue.
Well, yes.
Hold on. You know what you should do? You should just be on Austin Show's rotation of calls, because then he'll call you in the morning and you'll wake up. Yeah.
I need to maybe talk to him about planes, and then maybe he'll have like a plane thought at 7 a.m.
Yeah. If you're just like, hey, I need help waking up.
Maybe I'll be like, hey, do you have anything to vent about? I'm only available at 8 a.m.
Yeah, well, he will call you.
I'll be like, hey, and I'll be like, hey.
You're like, hey. Okay,
Right.
let's get going, because I don't want to stream super late, because I am doing a morning stream. Because I hate you.
Okay.
No, because you could wake up in the morning and do a morning stream. What if you do that tomorrow?
I think my viewers would be so confused by that. I may have 30 people show up.
No, I think you would be surprised.
They would think something's wrong. Like my mods would probably be like, oh, hey girl, you're live. Did you accidentally go live?
People actually might think that you were still live from the night before.
Probably.
Like,
yeah.
is Sam still streaming? I don't
If I
know.
go
Maybe
live at 8 in the morning,
we
something is wrong.
Maybe we have totally. I don't know, because for me, like, I get a lot of EU and East Coast people who can't watch the night streams, so I just figured. I just figured it'd be like that for you too. Maybe not. You would assume.
Who's to say?
Maybe they would assume you were having a mental breakdown. Yeah.
And you know what? They might be right.
Well.
Joy, thank you so much for the brand new sub. Sorry.
All right, I'm opening
to Joy.
Resident Evil.
Because you interrupted.
I've been doing a lot of gaming lately. I think I'm a gaming streamer now. Do you know what's hard? When I get off track of what I normally do.
What?
It can be hard to it can be hard to kind of like get back into the swing of my regular content. Because I did streamer games, and then we did fun peak night, and then I did.
So you saying that gaming's fun?
It's so fun.
Imagine if you did it all the time.
I honestly wonder how that would affect. Like, at what point people in my community who do love the,
they'd be like,
the commentary and whatnot would be like, okay, wait, so is she just never doing that again? Is she?
Yeah.
Is this?
I don't
is
know.
This it now?
I'd be like, is this a phase?
It's not a phase, Mom.
I I've done lots of different kinds of stuff on stream, and I just always have the most fun when I'm gaming. And so I just finally got to the point where I was like, I think I'm just gonna do that though.
You're
Actually,
like, so I think I'm gonna do that.
yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Sure. What the hell? Why not?
Well,
okay. Let me try to remember how to invite you to this game. It's kind of a weird one for co-op.
Yeah, it's. Oh, yeah, I hate about. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so I
that's
hit
right.
play game and then continue,
Okay.
and then
The news has been terrible lately. I think I have to find things that I feel like I really want to talk about.
maybe one day the world will be at peace and you will not have a job, and that will be bittersweet moment.
Well,
that won't happen. Then you'll be able to talk about like the world will be
sillier
your
things.
oyster.
Yeah. I don't know, because it's weird because I'm not just like a political news streamer.
Then you'll be able to talk about what's going on in the pop culture world right now.
Well, I was talking about Jade Thirlwall from Little Mix, who was talking shit on Maddie Healy, and it was awesome.
That's true.
But yeah, as far as like, okay, let's look at American politics. Let's look at what's happening geopolitically, and it's just bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. And at like 10 o'clock at night, it's not always fun stuff to get into.
Yeah, that's why I'm always surprised, I guess. I mean, I think people like to watch the news in the morning because they slept all night and then they're like, what's going on? But for me, it's like, but then if you watch the news at night, then you go to bed hearing all that stuff. So I don't really know. Maybe you listen to the news right in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I could be a rave streamer. Yeah, fuck it. I mean, yeah, I definitely think there's a different energy in the morning, in the afternoons, and at nighttime.
Mm.
And that's why it can be hard sometimes to talk about stuff streaming at night. And sometimes it's great just to game. But then that's the thing with gaming, is like gaming feels weird in the morning.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, is if I like, if there's a world where I go live before the time that I usually do, like that's fine. But like today, I was like, oh, maybe I should go live really early and then me and Caroline can game and then I'll be done. I was like, that would be nice. But then I was like, I don't want to play Alien Isolation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's weird. You don't have the cozy
Like that just
vibes.
seems weird.
Uh-huh.
Which, you know, that's probably a good time for some people, but to me, it's like if the daylight is out and I'm playing horror games, it doesn't feel right.
Wait, I just opened the game. Are we in the next scene? I thought you had to send me an invite. What's going on?
Start game.
Is anything happening on your
I mean,
game?
I wasn't like in yet. I'm starting now.
Oh wait, but this is the intro? Now I'm seeing the intro scene that I didn't see when we played the first time.
Yeah, maybe you're... Let me try something. I think I might have to hit ready, but then I have to invite you. We'll see. Okay, you're not in my game.
I'm not in your game. Okay.
You're not in my game right now, right?